Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, depending on where you are, and welcome to Thursday with Delenn. We are just hanging out in the Nether today, just doing a little bit more debris mining. I'm not feeling 100%, so I didn't want to push something that would need a little bit more concentration. Other than, lava's pretty bad, but that's where you get. So, only thing I've done off stream since you saw me mining last night was to just keep on going a little bit more. And so now we've got enough pieces of debris for one piece of netherite, but let's see if we can find ourselves any more. Yeah, a couple more tunnels were achieved, but not a whole lot of progress. So yeah, let's just keep on heading west and overall heading south. I guess I could go east for a bit. That looks safe-ish. Good morning, Jen. How are you? Good to see you. How's your day been so far? It's pretty quiet here, but that's good news for a good start. I'm actually kind of excited, well, a little bit excited, because I'm looking forward to my son coming back from his outdoor school. So his class got to go to one of our YMCA camps for a week, and I'm looking forward to seeing him back and hear how things went. I was a little worried at first because though it drives me crazy, he tends to have homesickness style anxiety attacks when we're out at scout camp, and that's when I'm there as the leader. So I was kind of hoping things would be okay, but still a little worried at first. Annual reports, yuck. Yuck. But I understand, they need to be done, right? So, Jenna, would this be an annual report on what happened last year? Or is it an annual report on, from the last quarter on to the end of the first quarter of the previous year? Ooh. Yes, okay. That sounds good. Some companies have already pushed for it quite a while ago in the companies. Quite a while ago this year. So I'm kind of glad that you're able to work on it. Hopefully not too much pressure. Gotcha. Okay. You're referring to it in semesters. Does that mean that you're affiliated with a university or another educational institute of some sort? For the lava Murgatroyd. I am not the world's best miner when it comes to dealing with lava, generally. We've been getting lucky so far, but yeah, I blew one totem yesterday because I got caught in lava, ran the opposite direction, and got greeted by some lovely piggies. So, oopsie daisy. Ah, okay, cool. Biology used to be my thing. One of those kids who from high school thought they could actually do something cool in biology. Didn't end up working out, but that wasn't the point. I quite enjoyed it. I was one of those kids who found other things to do, and when I wasn't so hot at some of the mathematical or computer stuff required, looked in other directions and just ended up never really going back. But I'm glad to meet people that are still in the field of education, because that's pretty awesome. Okay, lava and me are a magnet. We'll find each other. And if you feel you have to lurk, because, yeah, I can understand a lot of my streams are inside business hours. Or at least the hours seem to be doing business, let's put it that way. Then if you need to lurk, just go right ahead, that's fine. Didn't mean to surprise you with that comment yesterday about Fantastic Sherlock Fox and I, but it's mildly amusing. He says, I can't find it. I just can't find her username in the bot list. She never shows up right at the end or right at the beginning. That makes me think she's a bot, but she's never ever said anything. It's like, well, that's probably because she's got a life and has to work, and sometimes I make a half-decent radio station. but it's a pleasure to meet you. If you're not seeing a whole lot from Fantastic Sherlock Fox at the moment, my suspicion is he's probably in a meeting. He works from home, like remotely for another company, but yeah, that's exactly it. So he's the work at home, he's the work at home parent, and then I'm the stay at home mom. We just got lucky the way that worked out. Understandably, that doesn't work out well for everybody. So it gives me the opportunity to stream, and he sort of got dragooned into it initially because I got offered the chance to be part of a stream weekend, but then had never had a mod before. So I said, just in case, can you help out and fill in? And he's been here ever since. Now we're more than a year. Well, I will be perfectly honest, and I probably shouldn't be because it doesn't sound great, but I'm not the greatest parent in terms of this whole, like, I'm not the most domestic personality. I'm a gamer nerd. In all honesty, I occasionally help him as opposed to the other way around. It's sort of embarrassing to admit, but at the moment we have a bit of a balance. Part of it is related to the fact that his mom is incredibly domestic, and he's, for lack of a better term, an army brat. And I don't like those words, but it's the easiest way to explain it. Son of a military man, let's put it that way. And so, rather than being in the military himself, for various different reasons, he wasn't, and so she did a lot of that stuff, but he also ended up with a lot of really good training, and it's actually, for good reason, I think, picky about just how things are done, but yet also faster than me at it. He seems to know all the tricks, because of course he knows where his own sore points are. Sometimes I overdo things because I don't like doing them. So things like if I vacuum, I'll vacuum every stinking corner of the place, which is great. But between that and the squirreling to get stuff out of the road to do so, then it takes forever and a day. You know, I'm picky about the dishes, for example. So I don't mind that he likes to do the dishes because I don't. And yet he tolerates it when I say something can get clean enough. My choice of when to do dishes is also not the best. So yeah, and generally most chores is like that. So I can do them, but yeah, they don't always get done on a sane time schedule, and not necessarily to the standards he's used to, because as a military individual, you always had to have your place clean enough that the commanding officer could walk in at any moment. Also, his mother was part of the, one of those groups where they've got to host the parties, so things needed to be particularly clean because you never really quite knew who was coming to the parties. So yeah, long story made short, he's far better at a lot of this stuff than I am. We just know where our individual lines lie in terms of quality of laundry and stuff. As you guys may have noticed, I like to do a bit of a wash and wear, which doesn't show well all the time. And I love hoodies and relaxed pants and stuff like that because I don't have to go out anywhere. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoops. Whoopsie daisy. That's not good. Leave me alone. Okay. That's enough. Thank you, fire. That's enough. Morning, Fantastic Sherlock Fox. How are you? Yeah. Fox, I saw her in one of the other channels I was in yesterday. I think it was part of Zero's stuff. And I finally said hello for the first time and let her know that we'd been thinking she was a bot. But in fact, she's a uni prof, which is pretty awesome. That's, like, amazing. So anyway, all that to say that being a parent is definitely... I'm not the greatest at it, but I try. I try. That makes sense, yeah. I was quite surprised. I don't remember when I first was in Zero's stream, quite a while back. But he seemed really interesting, so I figured, okay, well, I'll put him on the list. And we'll see how things go. For a while I was avoiding him, only in that I wasn't initially familiar with his ability to be able to talk to chat within reason and stream, and that seemed to be something that the small crew I had running was really into. Oh, there's the top. Okay, good. So we get one more out of this one. One or two, maybe. So once I got used to his stuff, I liked streaming more, and then he ended up in part of Dadcraft's community for a while, and even has streamed on Dadcraft servers. So he was part of our stream weekends and things. So it's just worked out that the communities are connecting up. I still wonder how he's got time for all this sort of stuff. So I really only have time for one server. I even put aside my vault hunting for a while because partly because I'm enjoying Dadcraft for the most part. Dadcraft, sorry. This community here on his servers. And was not making very good progress in Vault Hunters because of being a chicken. I honestly thought I was better at it, but not so much. In any case, discovered that between that and my volunteering, I don't actually really have a whole lot of drive or time to play on more than one server. And now that I popped into Leroy's chat as well as Zero's yesterday, they have a multi-Twitch link on their page. Not personally a fan of multi-Twitch. It's nothing wrong with it. It's just it doesn't have layouts that work for me because I want to be able to see a nice tall vertical column of people's chats so that if I look away to do something else, then I don't have to scroll back a ton to figure out what I missed. And so I was using SimulTwitch yesterday, and I figured, okay, I'll jump into Leroy's chat. And then when Zero had a problem with the server, I was listening to Leroy directly for a while, and he's a really interesting guy, so I figured, okay, he's on my list now, which is good. But it also means that both of them are actually fairly responsive to chat in spite of being like co-streaming and paying attention to each other. So a lot of the streamers I run into aren't like that, and it sounds like I've got the kind of community that for the most part, there's a good number that lurk. But for the most part, there's the ones that do chat like to have interaction and can easily want to go elsewhere if they feel that they weren't even noticed enough in a group chat. The other part of it is as everybody's life has in the last few months, the availability of some of the people who I used to raid into has shifted, and so it's while everybody's trying to get their feet back under them, sort of thing. Just with seasons shifting and youth needs shifting and so on, then we're just looking out for a few others, and Zero's one of the ones that I've been really enjoying. I've never heard anybody described that way before as being... Let's see where we're here. Jen plays on Nameless along with Zeroed, so she's often watching his streams, and that Zeroed is a great mess. That's a good one. I like that. And so Zeroed is the streamer he likes to watch. He trolls other streamers, so he entertains us when we troll him. Oh, totally. So it turned out to be a better combination than I expected. Block that hole. So you'll see a lot of streamers and gamers that just can put up and just go rocking along, great guns with their picks, and then they just manage to stop and get out of the way of lava, or they don't mind burning for a little bit and then coming back. As you can see, I'm not one of those people. Good morning! How are you? Good morning, Benson. Good to see you. Lego contribution. Yay! So we're now at 80,730 of our 100,000, which initially I was worried was going to be too high, but we're actually getting a decent amount. No ideas yet because of course May, June, whatever, things start to pick up in the scouting front. All kinds of activities can be happening, but so far, I'm hoping either this month or next, probably next, I'll be able to find a Friday that's somewhat free to be able to do the extra stream, rather than waiting deep into the summer. If we make it, that is an if. But there is, let's see, what do we got? 17 days left. That's calendar days. But apparently it's 2,000 per stream. Well, thank you very much for that sub gift. That's awesome. Oh, that's a party. That's quite the party. How's it doing that? Excellent choice to gift that one, Fantastic Sherlock Fox. I appreciate that. Welcome to the sub club, Jen. Let's see, what do we got here? Sub. Platforms. Events. Sub. Subscription. Okay. I like it when people do that. Sub. Oh, I get it. Okay. That's a good amount of fireworks. I like it. I was just trying to figure out why was it that we were getting quite as many fireworks as we were. Now I understand. Now I get it. I'm using a streamer bot as my bot, so that's what feeds Botter Oswin, and I've got a fireworks instruction, I guess, in with the subs and gifts instruction. But what it's doing, actually, I was trying to figure out why those always seem to give great amounts of fireworks. Definitely worth celebrating, but now I understand. It's because right now on the gift sub, apparently, the way Twitch has been handling it lately is that if the sub is from gifting, then it fires off a batch of fireworks for the fact of the gift itself, and another small batch of fireworks for the sub itself. That's why we're getting semi-epic shows. It's pretty cool. The vaunted hype sheep. So the ones that look like, so the hype sheep and the face palm. Yeah, I know I've got duplicate stuff in there, but some of the ones like the face palm and the hype sheep were actually drawn by our daughter Sheep Queen. That's what she loves to go by. So the hype sheep is actually, it looks kind of like a knitted woolly hat, but it's actually a very, she put it, a very chunky Jeb sheep, but just because you couldn't actually show all the colors, then she decided to make it rainbow striped. But she's old enough to be able to draw decently, to understand feedback, young enough that she hasn't quite got herself into the idea that text should either be, typographic in some way, or at least drawn with straight edges. I sometimes wonder if she's allergic to rulers. That's okay. Yeah, I have that happen too sometimes when I go look for an emote. Oops, and I only want it once, and I end up getting it like 2 or 3 times. I don't know what happens. And I kind of wonder if I was multi-clicking or if it's just Twitch being twitchy, and I'm going to go with the latter. Sounds a bit like Twitch being twitchy. Where are we at here? Well, I can stay away from bed bombing zone. Here. Oh, I guess the follow edge command does work. Yeah, I've actually never seen anybody fire that off. That's cool. So yes, Benson has been following me for 1 year, 9 days, 17 hours, 41 minutes, and at that point, 32 seconds. Impresses me quite a lot. Hello, short stuff. Okay, where are we? Yeah. There's not a whole lot in the middle. Okay, what I'm just going to take a quick pause to do is I'm going to grab myself a new tab on my browser and just quickly see whoa, shush. Doesn't like that. Down to the second, yeah. Oh. That's not what I want. I'm trying to ask it. if something has changed in the distribution of ancient debris. How to find them, that's not what I want. Okay, just about everybody says the most common location is around, some say between Y11 and 13, and some say Y14. I'm sitting at 12, and that was where I went last season for ancient debris, but we're not having a whole lot of luck. So that's why I'm wondering if there's a better value. And some say Y15, which means I'm going to be missing it. Well, that's no good. Okay, so a lot of them are saying 14. So, if you take a look at where we're standing, yeah, so we're at 12 now. And then, of course, clearly, if I was to go up one, we're 13. And then 14, right? So 12 shouldn't be that bad, because then I'd be seeing it standing on 13 on this one, standing on 14 on that one. So I'd be seeing it in the ceilings. But it could be up in here. So weird as it is, I should probably try 13 as a spot. 13 is an awful number in a lot of cases, but I'm gonna do it just because I want to see if this is a thing, or if it's my imagination. First off, let's get up here. Figure out where this weird tunnel is that I keep seeing. Oh, it's up there. Okay. This was somebody's stairs at some point. Was. Could be. There we go. Probably because people just don't like standing on 13. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I'm going to be that person and just see if it pays off or not. What do we got? Well, look, there's a good question. He says, Benson says, "Wow, I've got to know you for a whole year. Do you really?" In all honesty, whoa, whoops. You actually know me fairly well, but I'm not really sure how well anybody really can get to know someone on, like, through streams. It's very one-sided. Probably, but I just hadn't really thought about it. Okay, what's this? Oh, haha. Found somebody else's tunnel. Okay, well. Just keep going. Just keep swimming. Okay, geek you out for the day. Miscellaneous. Name 2 items on the Starbucks menu. Does that count, chat? I would have seen that on 12, though. So I don't know if that counts or not. Oops, hang on a sec. Okay, good. So we're not going to lose that. And 1. Okay. It's a 1. That stinks. Only in that, they used to say that these things spawned in clusters, but does not seem to be the case. I don't trust myself. Since I happen to stop, does anything fit? Sort of. Stop that. There. Almost full. Guess I could have just sorted. That would have made sense. This one can go up there. I'll take this one. I don't want to hit you, so wherever you crazy thing are. Cheese Danish, chai tea latte. In Canada, one of the things on their menu, was our favorite, was light note. So it's a light flavored coffee. There was, I think, could be wrong, but I thought there was a Great Canadian of some sort at one point. But I'm not totally sure. So those are your generic things like lemonades and fruity things like that. There was a time that we had a Starbucks close enough that we could walk to drop our kids off at school, and then just walk over to Starbucks, grab a coffee, and sometimes sit if we had time. If we didn't have time, then we would head on home from there, just drinking our coffee along the way. During the period of reusable cups, which is kind of sad that COVID put a stop to the whole increased environmental awareness element of using reusable mugs. But it was because they couldn't trust that your mug was clean enough. And even if you wouldn't get anything from the Starbucks people, you didn't want to give them disease by giving them a mug that they couldn't, or they shouldn't be touching. Okay. Yesterday I plugged one of my lava holes, and then moved forward too quickly, and unfortunately it got burnt, so it wasn't a big deal, but... There's somebody's tunnel. Hee. And I see why they stopped. Drippy drippy, huh? Where is it coming from? Over there. Just curious, actually. Check that one. Yeah, that's where it's coming from, for sure. Yes, the coffee snob. Cute. I can't remember quite what ours was. I think it was, what do we used to have? It'll have to be like light note. Yeah, light note with a little ice and room. The whole point of the ice was if we didn't have time to hang around and sit and drink in a relaxed environment, then we would keep on going. Just trying to decide. Map. Okay. Let's go north. No, actually. Let's just turn around and go back west and we can fill in this gap in between. Where is the other end of this? X? X marks the spot. That looks like I should be fine here. One, two, three. Yeah. Oh, whoops. Didn't put my marker in. That's going to confuse me. Where did I put... There it is. So do not go past this point. Probably the same here. Yeah, now we do have a Starbucks or similar close by. The problem is that now the round trip walk is about 2 hours. There's just the walk part. Inconvenient, so we just don't go. On the other hand, I mean, strangely enough, we're actually enjoying, for the most part, McDonald's coffee. Not from McDonald's shop, but like as in, you can buy it in canisters on the shelf. It's not ideal. I mean, fresh ground is always tastier, but for a pre-ground coffee, it's not bad at all. A lot of people have heard the myth that Tim Hortons coffee is the best on the planet. It used to not be a myth. I actually really do think it was. The problem was, at some point, Tim Hortons sold, and they sold to Burger King in Canada. Burger King thought that it... Hello! How are you, Leroy? Welcome on in. Sorry you're catching me on a day where I'm a little bit less exciting than usual. and not doing base tours or anything because I'm just not feeling all that great. But that... I didn't even realize I'd gone back down to 12. Oops. I was gonna say, I'm not doing base tours and stuff just because my stomach's a bit off today. But, glad to see you. And I wanted to say I really enjoyed the stream you guys did last night. That was cool. I enjoyed it quite a lot. So, because I'm not feeling that great today, I just figured I'd take a bit of a delay and work on just doing a little bit of netherite mining, because even though our server does not intend to reset when 120 comes, the rumors I've heard are, well, it's probably truth by now, but anyways, a lot of people are talking about converting yourself to netherite gear is going to be more expensive than it's been before, or more challenging, I guess is probably a better way of putting it. In with the armor trim element, you wouldn't be able to upgrade to netherite the way you used to. So, I have zero interest in getting myself as bold and whoa! Yeah, see? I'm not as bold a player as some. So, looking at getting netherite before the switchover happens. Just because I'm squishy. Those that those that have been watching my stream for a while, and I'm pretty sure Julia could even back me up if I needed it. Those that have been watching my streams for a while will know Dylan does dumb quite well. And this past week, like this whole week, I've been splatting on things and falling too fast and all that kind of jazz. So just yesterday I bought totems for the first time from the server, and pleased that I did. But then I promptly last night popped the first totem because dummy me was just going along, not thinking about it too much, forgot to change out of my elytra for 1, did not put on my gold pants for 2, and then decided to get lippy with the piglins and they came running down the tunnel. So yeah, my own fault. Dylan, yeah. So for anybody who may have watched the Babylon 5 TV series back in the day, my favorite character off that, particularly after they changed her costume, was a character that was, her title I think was Satai, but yeah, Satai Dylan, and I quite liked the way that character was sort of straddling two different worlds, one human and one non. And so I grabbed that name. I also used to like, weirdly enough, Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman, and that. So for a long time on the web, I was going by Michaela Dylan, but in a lot of places that's taken, and weirdly enough, because I didn't think that combo would be, but the Dylan spelling definitely was. So I get everything from Deline to Darlene to what's the other one I had? Deline. And so whatever. If it's easier to remember, you can just call me Del. Most people do when they have challenges with the name. I'm okay with that. I'm also not the world's most speedy Minecrafter either. I would say I should apply to the Turtle Gang, but it's one of those things that I procrastinate and don't ever get around to. But as we say in the DC or Deadcraft 73 community, you have a permit. Play how you want to play. Or is it you can do what you want, I guess. It's a reference to the television show Parks and Rec, which I did not watch, but hey, I'll take the permit thing. It works. Excellent choice, Benson. Excellent choice. Thank you very much. What I mean by the... There go the fireworks. Wow, that was pretty epic. What I mean by excellent choice, and Leroy is an excellent choice, what I mean by that is that people who are receiving gift subs are great people to give gift subs to. The thing about this community is I don't have a whole ton of regulars that, how do I put it? I don't have a whole ton of regulars, so those that are so far making great choices when they choose to give gifts to others. I think one of my favorites, I shouldn't say favorites, one of the ones I know better. Hello. Okay. One of the ones I know better has tried to break me earlier in the week, and to his chagrin was not successful, which is kind of crazy because he spent a pretty penny. But yeah. Hello, Neon. How's your day? Have you seen any green yet? Oh, good grief. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's a Lego contribution. Awesome. Yep, so you'll see in the corner we've got a Lego contribution system underway. I do Harry Potter Lego in either 5-minute increments. Requests are redeemed by spending your clues or your points. And the other thing I do is same theme, but I can just do some of the larger builds end to end. And this one is the 12 Grimald Place set, which is about 1,083 pieces. And it's kind of interesting because LEGO's managed to find a way to make it functional while at the same time... While at the same time actually playable. Does that make any sense? I missed something happening, but it turned out it wasn't my mod chatter. Okay. Where are we here? Incredibly sus, yes. That's one of the more popular ones, in as much as people use emotes in my channel at all. We don't do a whole lot of susness around here, and it's not for any lack of reason other than I just don't take that many opportunities to try and tease prank somebody. Just isn't a thing. But hey, maybe someday it will be. But that one's been fun for some people who have access to it to use in other people's streams. Last night was your first time making a turtle farm. Those turtles are so incredibly slow. We were still progressing faster than Leroy's co-op. Ow! Ow! Burn! There we go. Okay. Let's try and actually move. I know I could insta-mine and go a lot faster. I'm just not that great at avoiding lava. So the insta-mine thing is not always a great plan for me. These like 1 and 2 block tiny pockets, seriously, I sometimes wish that Mojang hadn't put them in, but I understand why they did. Okay. That's probably just about as close as I want to get. Yep, there we go. There's where you stop. That's the don't go here. Let's see, can I get in this without burning myself? Yeah. 1, 2, on the third one. And off we go. Oops, just don't take out the floor. Interestingly enough, the gamma level that you guys are seeing it at on the screen is actually brighter than what I've currently got, and I'm not quite sure why. I think when I updated drivers last night, it turned on the high dynamic range again, which I don't like because it makes my monitor really dark, and I haven't figured out how to end run that one on Windows yet. You know, live, learn. Good morning, Bob. Oh, sorry. Nope. Math. Good evening, Bob. How is your side of the pond today? Or how was your day? I'm in Mountain Time for anyone curious, but we do have fine friends across the pond in the UK direction. and we also have some fine friends in the Australian direction from time to time. So I never really know whether it's good morning, good evening, or good night. I keep thinking I should practice my Avamance impression. I just catch his openings a little more often. Ah! Really? Come on. Of course. Do you ever wish you could... I know I've got a totem in the other hand, but do you ever wish you could just, like, dual wield your tools? So when you're mining along, you could just mine, and then whichever hand needed to be used, whichever tool, you know, left or right, you just keep going? That'd be awesome. Okay. One way or the other, I can guarantee we'll need to be stopped at the end of this pick. So, just because I don't have a whole ton of picks with me, I can't remember what I did with one of them. I know, I think I dropped one at Fantastic Sherlock Fox's base, and, who else is that? This one? There we go. Yeah, I don't know who did the tunnels at 14. I don't know, there's a couple farther down, there's some tunnels at 15, but these 12s are mine, and I wasn't having much luck, so I went to 13 instead. And I'm making a mess. I'm making a mess over here, that's fine. So Geek Out. So for those of you that aren't familiar with it, Geek Out is actually a real game. We just happen to have the Pop Culture Edition. Now when you're playing offline, it'd be a matter of making bets from wagers on who could name the most whatever it is. And the goal is to try and get however, like the minimum target is, or what they figure someone should get. What I just did with that is I input them into basically just text files that can be pulled by my bot. And then when we do a Geek Out, anyone can type it, but there's a 5-minute delay on it unless it's me. What it does is it basically rolls the dice, comes up with a number which corresponds to a color, and then it pulls a random line from the file that has all of the category information from that color. And today's and then once the answer has been, or not the answer, but the category has been suggested, in the stream, rather than wagering to say who can get it or whatever, we just group chat source the answers and try and exceed the target if we can. So this one says, 4 songs performed on the TV show Glee. And the tough part is, they've done covers of so much that it's not funny. The problem is, because they're kind of like, they come out sounding a lot like Kids Bop or Kids Pop kind of stuff, that I can't think of a single one. So, yeah. I think Fantastic Sherlock Fox and I briefly actually watched the show, but we didn't stick with it. There was one episode in particular that really turned me off, so I understand why they did what they did, but there was a character that had Down syndrome, and then one of the school teacher characters was very much not polite to them and was giving them a really hard time, and in essence making them work harder and stuff, and the other characters felt that that wasn't fair. And later on in the series we find out why this teacher acted the way they did, but it doesn't make it any better, you know what I mean? I didn't like the way that episode was handled. It sounded like a bit of a cheesy response, so that wasn't where I stopped watching it, but yeah, wasn't too hot on the series after that. Let's see what... Okay, Geek Out. As I said, I can being the broadcaster, you know how that works. The broadcasters can generally run anything, timers or not. Okay, if those of you in the US can't name 4 varieties of Girl Scout cookies, then I will be quite surprised. The other thing about the Girl Scout cookie question, though, is if you know that there are 2 varieties of the same cookie made by different manufacturers, so I know there's 2 different Girl Scout cookie manufacturers, I would really prefer it if you only named that flavor once. Feel free to type join to get it on the hill champion fight. It's free. That's exclamation point join. Oh, I'm leaving a trail. Where did I start the trail? It doesn't really matter, does it? Not that I'm leaving it. It's that my stuff is full. Let's see, can I? 1, 2, 3. Goes in there. 1, 2, 3. Come on. Get more of that. 4. Maybe I'll take gravel out of this one. Oh, fiddle. Is that all of that fit? No. That's okay. Close enough. And sort. Alright. That box is full. Get another one. I'm not necessarily all about collecting all of the blocks. It's kind of a habit, but also I seem to find myself always short of supplies. I'd love to have stuff to be able to fall back on. So congratulations to Benson for being the champion of the hill with the giant match. Huh. She's on fire. What is it we say that the bugs are Buddy Ross? She's lit! Yeah. Alright. So we've got Thin Mints and Samoas. Yep, for sure. Did I miss any other ones? Quick scroll back here. The 4 varieties of Girl Scout cookies. And all I saw come by was Samoas and Thin Mints. Those are the ones that get talked about a lot. I recognize that song. That's as far as I can get, though. Now I've got that. The only little bit I know is stuck in my head. Come on. Go. 1, 2. Well, you know, we got 1 piece of debris so far. I mean, 13 isn't super productive. Level 13 isn't super productive, but then again, 12 wasn't either. So maybe this is how I split the difference, right? Good question. I have no idea. Okay, 13 wins so far. Yesterday on stream, I got 1. So I spent time in between, and I got 3 more, but they were hard to find. Okay, I think that's it. I'd love to be able to say, I know all about Girl Scout cookies. No. In Canada, we don't have that. So, our Scouts don't do cookies. Makes sense. And our Girl Guide cookies only come in 2 flavors. And that would be vanilla and chocolate. And that's it. Actually, and that's not true. There's often one campaign in November that does Thin Mints. That's it. We don't have any others. Which is funny because the number of times that, like, the feedback they've had for years and years and years about getting more flavors, partly because so many people are aware of the American Girl Scout cookies, you would have thought, in at least my lifetime, that they would have actually tried to up their game a little bit. But no. Nope. Instead, they changed the supplier and the cookies got worse. Seems to be a Canadian thing. What did I do the last time? I'm just chewing up the floor. Sure, I can do that. 1, 2, 3. Back we go. So Benson plays on this server, and has had a few oopsies getting herself really settled in. On the other hand, she's a much more adventurous player than I am, so she's had a few more run-ins with mobs of late, and it takes a while to get back to where you started. Ah! Hee Cinnabuns, yes. I'm actually in Western Canada, Alberta specifically. And so it's just one of those things that we actually have we've got myself, Fantastic Shock Fox, and then there's another one, Arch Thunder, who's about 3.5 hours north of me, more or less. And we're just about the remaining Western Canadians. If you're familiar with This is Lammy Pie, she's also a Canadian, but she's not a part of DC's community. She's got her own community with people like Griffin Prime. But yeah, there are a few of us, and it's actually kind of funny because sometimes we get tarred and feathered with the same brush as the Americans, and that's not always a bad thing, even though I chose that terminology. But there's a lot we get to miss out on from time to time. Really? Live most of your life near the border, and Buffalo, New York for college, raised in northern New York near Thousand Islands, and you spent a lot of time in East Canada. It's funny, I haven't been to East Canada all that much. So I've done a lot of Alberta and BC, and my mom's side of the family has a farm in Saskatchewan, and it is as flat as you think it is. It's like, how do I put it? I would say sometimes I wonder if Kansas has more bumps. How's that? Actually, I shouldn't say that. There's a stereotype in Canada about our provinces east of me, Saskatchewan, being incredibly flat. Truth is, it's not. It's just really, really flat in the southern part of the province. But if you go to the northern section, it's actually quite nice and has some beautifully wooded forests and stuff, which make for great campgrounds. Absolutely fantastic campgrounds. But, yeah. I like living in Alberta because to the west of us, BC is mountainous, and so it's easy to get there. And if I want prairie, then I can go east, and it works well. I would say it's a great plan to have. Fantastic Shock Fox knows more about BC than I do by a good margin. Only because just growing up we had more contact with my mom's extended family in Saskatchewan, so I don't know a whole ton about BC. And weirdly enough, the BC side of my family are oddballs. And I mean, as in they take certain things to extremes. For example, there was a guy who, one of my extended cousins, who couldn't make a go of it as a mountain trip guide. Like he just couldn't make his business work. Why is there something floating there? Pick it up. There we go. He just couldn't make a go of it. But he's still part of the search and rescue team out there. And I just find it interesting because he's purposely taking small jobs so that he can keep spending his days hiking. Okay, I'm watching my pick here, and in spite of all my weird mods I've got, I don't have a durability warning. I thought I did, but I've lost a couple of picks trying, so I'm just watching this one carefully. This will probably make a stop. On the way back, we'll try and make a stop at the Ender, and just get everything repaired up. See, I've got 7. I'd like to get 8. Then I could at least do, a couple pieces of armor. But, oh yes, Vancouver Island is amazing. Not just for the fishing, but it's amazing views. Just about every year, well, till this past year, but for a long time there was a dance competition out there. Oh, not dance, sorry, a dance convention out there that I would go to a lot. And actually, I'm hoping, crossing my fingers, my son will be interested in going out to a scout jamboree out there next summer, because they've got lovely, lovely, lovely views and stuff, and the weather is amazing. It can be rainy at times, but overall it's really nice weather. So Fantastic Shark Fox was born in British Columbia, and then currently, well, actually, he's been all over the place. I was mentioning earlier in stream, his father was an army personality, member of the Canadian Army, who's been and done all sorts of things. So he had uprooted the family at some point, at least once or twice. Well, more like half a dozen times. So they've lived in Western Canada, they've lived in Eastern Canada. His parents were in Australia for a while. They were stationed in Germany for a few years. So he's been around a lot of places. And sometimes I wonder why on earth we continue to live here. It's partly because I've never moved. I mean, I've been south to Moore Prairie for about a year when I was in college, but that's it. Whoa, I've never moved anywhere else. And the other thing is we have to find somewhere that we like that was not appealing enough for family to follow. That's one of the things about us as a family, is we're not that great for having extended relatives hanging around. It drives our parents nuts. Yes, the cruises along the coast to Alaska are beautiful, especially if you do whale watching type cruises as well, because then they have everybody out on deck in your, well, I was in your anorak, so that's not it. Depending on where you're from, affects how you dress, I guess. But I would love to go on a cruise like that someday. There's a lot of somedays that I'm well aware by the time it comes time to do the someday thing, I won't be as interested in it. I don't know why I've got that opinion of it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just more of a fact. Let's see, what do we got? Yeah, that's 1, 2, 3 and a bit. 1, 2, 3. Let's see, can I get these 3 in? 16. Whatever, it'll do. Got enough inventory and my pick's almost dead, so yeah, let's just pick up and then probably get ourselves out of here. Depending on our timings, we'll see if we can come back later. Being as it's Thursday, Fantastic Shark Fox may have meetings for at least another half hour beyond the normal end of my stream, so we'll see whether or not I go technically long. I mean, I started late by half an hour, so going long is all a matter of opinion, really. Run late, that's probably a better way of putting it. It was many years ago when there were still glaciers up that way. I've seen pictures of the same places lately and the ice has melted significantly. For sure, no, I agree. I mean, for example, right now we're getting weather, summer weather. So, let's see, we'll have to do a convert. Somebody will need to do exclamation point, convert number space unit. But we're getting temperatures in like 20, I think it was the high yesterday, 26 Celsius, I think. So it's a little roasty around here. Where did... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think I have to go figure out where I put my... stairs. Oh, that's not it. Ow. Okay, fine. It's weirdness on 12 has gotta be me. Okay. So where on earth did I go up? Nope, not there. Map. Went all the way to the bed bombing, so it's probably through here somewhere soon. Oh, did I just not punch through the wall there? Hmm. Oh, it's a set of stairs. What's this? Okay. Huh. This continues further, sort of. You're up on 15 now, that's not me. Come on, really? Okay. I'm like, where did I go? Well, getting out of the nether, I guess, is the next part. And it looks like... Oh, Creef has to go. Poor Creef. Poor Creef. Creef has... How do we put it? A very challenging laptop right now. I mean, not only is his daytime, busy. He's just one of those very busy people. Unfortunately, his laptop does not want to cooperate in the charging space. And he ruined his original charger. So now he's without the proper one. Okay. This way. That wasn't me. No, for sure that wasn't me. Still up on 14, okay. Oh, that's a few torches. That's probably because we all get lost, right? Well, what I'm actually going to do then is I'm just going to head west over towards the spawn area. And there's probably some ladders and whatever over there. Because I have no idea where I put mine. I wrote out. Wow. Okay, well. Zip to us ladder up. Sure, I don't really know if I care. Whose ladder up it is? Do I? Yeah, why not? There's a way up. That's the key, right? Fantastic Sherlock Fox was talking about the places he's been. So he's been in Victoria, New Brunswick, Germany, the New Brunswick province in Canada, Germany, Kingston, a city in Ontario in Canada, Winnipeg, a city in Manitoba in Canada, Calgary in Alberta, and part years in Australia. Some good holidays though. Yeah, when his parents got stationed in Australia, he didn't go with them because he was busy going to college. So he, oh, yay! Of course we can pop under the station, right. But anyways, the government would treat him as an international student temporarily, so he got access to the better dorms. And then also, they would fly him to Australia for the summer, which is awesome. Okay, rather than going home, I need the end. Where is... we should have a rail line to the end, don't we? being as I can fly... Oh, actually, I can't fly right now. That's not gonna work. Just occurred to me. It's like, what? No. One cannot fly if you're not wearing the elytra. There we go. Okay. What have we got? First off, let's change the music. It feels like a lullaby. Yeah, that's not working for me. Definitely not working for me. It's the Cozy Streamer Kit. No. That's not gonna work either. It beats, but it's not great. Happy Beats to study too? No. Stream... thing about it is there's so much like house music or dubstep or like synth kind of stuff, which is not what I would normally listen to. Even the EDM is a little much sometimes. Okay, I'll go with this, whatever we got. I think it's the Happy Beats playlist from Base Rebels. Okay, I was looking for flying, and I need to change and see where it is. Dragon Fortress, this one. Edit, local, confirm, done. Off to the Ender. Yeah, I do not like guests. Guests tend to be the death of me. You know, just like I did the other day, I think I'm gonna have a little bit of fun out here. Platforms. Fresh. Freeze it. Sure, why not? Let's run this version. And again. Okay, so what you're seeing on your screen now is, quite literally, an egg prediction. So eggs in Minecraft have about a 1 in 8 chance to hatch a chicken. And so what I'm going to do is I can toss up to 5 eggs and try and crack them and see if we get a chicken out of it. That's really all it is, nice and basic. So if we do get a chicken, then I don't proceed with any more eggs because that doesn't change the outcome of the prediction. But if we don't get a chicken out of one, then of course I'll go to the next egg, up to a total of 5. Just something silly to do with the points people tend to get, because there's that, I mean, there's that in mini games, but there's not a whole ton of stuff to do with your points around here. I mean, some people you can use sounds and things, but we actually have quite a lot of free sounds, so they don't usually use their points on that. Alrighty. They're fun. I mean, we've seen a lot of people doing predictions on things like fortune pick. Will we get an even number or an odd number out of it? That sort of thing. Okay. G. Start this one, and I'll use my own sword. Then we'll work our way through the gear and see if we can top up everything while we're here. Okay, hang on a sec. Okay, good. It's in Delenn safe mode. Oh, in total. I would say it's in over a year, so I think I started in January of 2022 officially. I mean, my first test go live would have been the tail end of December. So I've been small for almost all that time, and that's totally fine. The whole reason behind streaming was because I would probably be playing Minecraft anyways. I might even be playing on SMPs anyways. But as a part of COVID, we, in our scout group, we went online. Like, we were highly encouraged to keep on going with Zoom meetings. And I was doing Zoom meetings for a couple of years before that with the youth. And Fantastic Sherlock Fox made the suggestion that if I'm interested in streaming, just give it a try. Right? Just give it a try, see what I think. And so I've been here a year, I guess, since that. Come on. Yeah, so I'd already had the chance to talk to youth and so on, which isn't a big deal. But streaming for an adult that's got more... An adult? Wow. Apparently I'm not when I say that. A group that's got more adults involved is a very different thing for me. And I say that intentionally in that... there's the other pick. And my crazy pants. Sure, might as well do that. What else? Oh, actually, does that one have mending on it? I don't know. But yeah, he said you've been doing it for a year, whatever. Go for it. No mending on that. Okay.
Hello there.
Yeah, but actually, unlike a lot of others who celebrate their first this and first that and first whatever else, or like their streamiversary, I forgot. That sounds weird to me, but yeah, I forgot. So, it is what it is, I guess. Put that down there. Yeah, sure, why not? Put the pants away, because I don't intend to go back at the moment. He's not wearing pants! That's not true. That's not true. Okay, this one... this down there just to be able to put that back. And... oh. 2 Unbreaking 3. That's not mending. Hat's got mending, though. I will know that I got it wrong and didn't put things back if I put the hat on. Alright, that should do it. I think that's everything. Yeah. So, yeah. I forgot about it, and then by the time I started to calculate things, it just really didn't really make much difference. Yes, that second chime means that the egg prediction... the egg prediction has closed itself. We're only hearing some of the Enderman noises because one of my absolute favorite mods that I highly recommend everybody who can handle mods take on it's called the Extreme Sound Muffler. Now, while it's not up to date, it seems to be very version agnostic or version independent. It just does what it's supposed to do, but it blocks specific sounds by choice. So at the Enderman, of course... oh, stop! So at the Enderman, it blocks a lot of the loud, screechy noise you would always get. If I turn off the muffling... you guys can see that would get quite annoying quite fast. And then you can... I love it though because you can build zones as well. So that, for example, if I'm in the lower nether, away from the ender, clearly, then these sounds of Enderman dying and whatnot don't get muffled because you've only got 1 or 2, right? You don't have however many fitting in here at one time. So that makes it easy to figure out what's going on. Like you can have different zones, which means, so for example, also like at the Blaze Farm, I've got certain sounds of blazes all muffled. But then if I actually was out in the nether again and went into a fortress with blazes in it, I wouldn't have them all muffled. Hello, Tiz! How are you doing? Yeah, it actually never occurred to me to muffle thunder. Part of it is because there's enough other problems with thunderstorms that it's nice to be able to sleep them away separate from rainstorms. I used to, last season I tried muffling the thunder, but my base was in a savanna, and unfortunately one of the days when I was working off stream it bit me back. Oh, shush. Okay, so we go recent, Enderman. Okay, which one is that? Enderman. Nope, not that one. Not the scream. No. No. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what is that weird noise. Oh, hang on a sec. Nope. Yeah, okay. Not that. Like that one though. Trying to figure out what sound that is. Let's try all. All Enderman. Nope. Okay. There's one, I just don't know what it is. Interesting. Because there's the one I know that for sure Zeroed and Leroy had a whole ton of last night was from the Enderman when they were killing them, but I can't remember what it was. I would shut it off. Because I don't like it. Any more than they do. I agree with them that it goes on way too long. That one. The one that I can hear right now. Recent. Recent. Nope. I don't know. Okay, well, that's fine. But in any case, yeah, I like that one. And the other thing I like about it is you can turn down individual sounds. So, like, you don't have to muffle a sound. You can actually just choose to turn it down. Let's see, what have I got? Okay, I have to change the pants. And change the hat. And change the pick. And then we should be done, I think. I'm actually using my own sword for this one. It's not necessarily the best combination, but the one that we've got on the wall here says looting, and there's a point at which you just have too many ender pearls. You'd say I picked up 15 of them. I will probably toss those back because I already have a whole shulker full. But we have an as they call it, the pooper. We have one of those. It's just that I have to make sure I'm really done with stuff before I turn that on, because the reason we have a sword that has looting on it is that was a very nice gesture by one of our other players to help replace it when I lost it. That was me. I dumped it accidentally into this center zone by mistake when I was trying to get rid of some pearls, and of course I couldn't retrieve it before it managed to come up, have its number come up and get shot out, so that was the end of that one. Oh yeah, so I was gonna say, the thunder bit me back. My base was in a savanna, and the challenge with that was that, unfortunately, you don't know about thunder in a savanna until it hits you. So yeah, I got beat pretty good. I'm also one of those people that does not like flying, so frequently I will forget to fly, just because I'm not a huge fan of it. Nothing right or wrong about that, I guess. Yeah, I'm just not a huge fan of flying. So it took me a long time to get used to flying, and I would say while Bedrock may have a harder time taking off from the ground, I would say Java flight is, for me, I would say probably harder overall. but that's just an impression I've got, and it comes from, over here, toolbox, silk touch. It comes from an impression that if I look down while flying, then I'm more likely to hit the ground. I had a spare spot. I had something in there, didn't I? Well, a first aid kit should probably have a totem. Let's throw one of those in there. That's about all I can think of for that one. And this one's full. That's good. That's good. Let's get these 2 boxes put away, and we should be out of here. First aid kit. Oh, right. Right. Before we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, what a way to leave your mark if you're running around and there's chickens all over the place. But I think that would be fun. So I don't think I'll leave the chicken in the ender. That would just be rude. No problem, Leroy. See you when you've got the time. And if it ever turns out that you're only able to lurk, that's fine too. No pressure to be conversant if you've got other things on your plate. And thank you very much for coming by. So yeah, I got bit in the savannah with the thunder. They're just, I keep seeing that comment over and over and going, oh yeah. But what I mean by getting bit was, because you're in the savannah, it just gets cloudy when it rains. Okay, fine. You know, nothing exciting there. But what I actually did was I can't remember what I was doing. I was working on top of one of my builds. I think it was one of like a tall Egyptian statue, which made me the lightning rod. Not so pleasant. There's in one of Dadcraft's streams, there's a clip of him working in a tunnel, or like a big hole he's dug, and the lightning, I kid you not, strikes like right in front of him. Confuses me, but yeah, it scared him pretty good. I can tell you getting hit isn't much fun either. Okay, so here we go. So our prediction was closed. It looks like we have 3 users in it, but 2 out of the 3 seem to think we will get a chicken, and 1 does not. Let's just see what we get. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So it looks like no chicken today. Out of luck, grab a towel. And I know it says out of cluck, that's on purpose. So our prediction winner, Bob. Bob gets himself just over 3,000 points. Congratulations, Bob! Oops, I hit the wrong screen. Alrighty. So I'm trying to decide, do I just go mundane puttering around the base, or do I go back and try for some more netherite? Kind of doesn't matter, I guess. Well, it does and it doesn't. I mean, I'm here now, so to speak. Cool! Yeah, congratulations. Okay, let's sleep this off. I haven't made any progress on the monastery since I talked to you last. I just needed a mental break. Okay, good. So we have no bees out right now, I think. So where could they buzz? I have no idea where they might be buzzing. Interesting. Oh, they're there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, we're doing better. Okay, we've got an extra bee. I'm not going to argue with that. Kind of weird place to have them, I know, but let's just gonna take a quick gander and see, is there anything on this side that would actually, oh yeah, so there's some flowers out here. So that should hopefully keep their interest somewhat. I should probably put them on the outside of the castle instead on the inside. But hey, they do what they want, right? They'll get stuck where they want. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's them way over here. 5. Just doing a little spinny dance, I guess. Okay, so I guess it's back to the nether simply because I can do that. But in the meantime, I think I might be better off to get at least 1 more pick. And drop off a bunch of this stuff while I'm at it. What's this? That's nether stuff. Oh, that's foodstuffs. Oops. Okay. Well, let's just throw another chest in here. Start at the top. Oops, no, let's not do that. Start with this one, and just put what fits. There we go. Yeah. There's more that could fit in there, but I think I'm just going to go with it. Okay, and then let's see how the chickens are doing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, are you guys stuck again? Nope, not yet. You are, sir. He wasn't stuck for long. Oops. There we go. Still full. We've got a few chickens there. I don't want to go too many more. We're going to get entity cramming on the babies, and that's no good. Okay, I'm empty. Let's empty the ender chest. Extras. How much do we use? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's grab this as well. Precious box. You can go over here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I needed gold, right? Let's smelt up these puppies. Yay, 49 chicken, we're doing good. I'm just thinking if I can change one piece of gear before I go, upgrade it, then I should be ready to rock. Probably, as weird as it sounds, probably the boots. Because that's something that doesn't change. I've been changing my pants. Torn between boots and hat. Probably the boots, I think. And then, because we changed the pants, we changed the elytra. So if I can only make one right now, probably the boots. New recipes? Yes, new recipes. There we go, get this one. I need this station. Oh, haha. Boots. There we go. If I wasn't wearing elytra, it would totally be the chest plate first. Plus 3 armor. Plus 2 armor toughness. Okay. What about... They're the same. And 1 knockback resistance. Huh. I didn't know about that. That's interesting. Okay, so I'm just curious if I did it with the hat. What? Oops. Hat, what do I get? Hat. Netherite. The hat is 3 and 2. So 3 armor, 2 armor toughness. 3 armor, 2 not 1 knockback. Okay, so you just get the knockback resistance. I think I'll do the boots. I don't have like soul speed or anything anyways. Then again, I'm not bothered by Enderman. Now I don't know what to do. I don't know whether I should do the hat or the boots first. They both look dumb, so it wouldn't really matter. Don't. If I got speedy boots, then I put it on everything else, right? Let's go with the funky hat, why not? And it wasn't what I said, but I'm one piece short for doing both. Okay, great. Put these away. 7. Let's see. I think I had made 5. Oh, oops, need that. I had made 5 shulkers that we went down there with. So let's see. 9, 10. 5. Is that enough? Probably handle 3 more. And still have room for some randoms. We have a shulker farm as well, in case you hadn't figured that one out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. I just make a full dozen because I can. Let's make it a full 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. And back we go just a little bit more, and then we're out of here. Don't have a whole ton to drop off, so there's not much point in me doing anything. And the bees up there is kind of for storage at the moment. I will at some point do something with them, but they're not in the nether, which is really the important part. Oh, I wanted picks. Can't seem to think today. Should be more than I need, but let's go see what the guys want. You're not supposed to be in here, bud. Just go. Oh, not you. Let's get everybody out. There, thank the bees out. Weaponsmith. No, that's not what I want. I want toolsmith. You. What do you have? Efficiency 3 and silk touch. Yeah, that's better. Look at it. Here, grab 2 of those. And I can afford 3 of those. Alright. Not gonna be any cheaper than that, so there's not much point. Now the question is, do I combine them? Probably, because I've already got some,
Hello?
2 of these. So with the mending and unbreaking, I don't really care if I destroy them. Hello, Captain Mama, how are you? How are you?
Hello.
2 days in a row, yeah, miracle. Oh, the glorious sound of chickens suffocating. Go. Yay! That sounds really harsh when I say that. Glorious sound of chickens. Got those 2. I should probably move that. It's just one lonely piece. And those don't need to be here. So it's 4, 3, 5, 4, 3, and 3. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, let's get rid of this extra equipment. No, this one. Extra shears. Probably want this random useless piece at the moment. What else have we got? I have yet to need a new shovel. I don't have a new shovel. Oh, that's bad news. Bad news bears. Ooh. Well, thank you very much, Fantastic Shock Fox, for shouting out Craftin' Mama. I appreciate that. I'm a little bit confused by the question, so I may have missed something, but yeah, I'm a little confused by the question. By the way, no offense intended, but I'm going to change up the geek out question. Just dodge that one a little bit. Okay, so 4 books in which a main character is a law enforcement officer. That's books. I was gonna say the Monk series, but that actually doesn't qualify, I don't think. Well, not for long. Thomas Pitt novels would work, but I'd have to remember who they're by. Can't recall. Okay. I know, not you guys. I need the toolsmith. Where'd the toolsmith go? Toolsmith, please. Where you go? That's not you, is it? Yes, it is. What's your shovel? Efficiency 2. I know there's more than one of you, so what's the other guy got? Let's see, where'd the other one go? Oh, your must be hiding around the other side. There we go. What do you have? Efficiency 1 and Unbreaking 1. Well, both of them I can't afford anyways, so that doesn't help. Yeah, actually, you know what? That Efficiency 2 shovel's a total ripoff. Okay, well, if we need a new shovel, we'll come back, because, honestly, I don't really feel like mucking with you guys right now. Alright. True, Fantastic Sherlock Fox. The concern is novels versus television. Okay. We came up in Ziptwist's ladder, so it's probably a good way to get back down again. Yep, same ones. Oh boy. This way. No. No, I don't want you to come with. Certainly not. Yeah, Captain Mama gets 2 days in a row and sees 2P rescues. Okay, you numbnuts things, where did you go? Well, apparently they like mushrooms. Dude, that's not a flower. You two are more trouble than you're worth. Get you back there, and we're going to do something a little different. We're going to go to the mailbox. Someone else can have you. I'll just make a deal with that person later on. Hey. Yo. Dummy. Okay, come with. Come with. Sound issue? Not that I'm aware of. Am I muted? It's possible. Again. I think that's NVIDIA's fault. Because I went back to the NVIDIA drivers and they're causing all kinds of headaches. X264 encodec, which puts more strain on my CPU, doesn't seem to have that problem. But if I'm purposely asking the NVIDIA card to do things, I seem to have problems. Okay, actually, I got 1, 2. You guys ready? Following the flower. Come on. There we go. Why is it that it's easier to get bees to come back than it is to get cats to come back? I don't know. Okay, there's one. Where is the other bee? You otter bee. Over here. Oh, there's 2 over here, so hopefully we can get all our bees pretty soon. Okay, you guys, just go away. Nope, that's more coming out. It's not nighttime, that's part of the problem. Okay, I'm gonna putter for just a little bit, and when it's nighttime and all the bees go away, we'll take down the hives, and then we're gonna mail them probably to Poodle Pirate, I think. Let's see. So I'm just taking a quick boo in Discord, in the Java channel, and I'm going to search bees. Who's last talking about bees? Poodle Pirate, yes. Okay, so yes, we are going to give bees to Poodle Pirate. Alright, let's deal with some other stuff first. This will fit down here. Got all the colors? No, I don't. Do I do brown? Brown's the only one, and green, I guess, is the only one that aren't. Those 2 are not in full stacks. Otherwise, we're doing good. Snippy Snippy, of course. Yeah. Law enforcement officers that kick. I'm trying to remember who wrote the Inspector Pitt novels, because those ones are good. As well as Inspector Fell's novels are good too. Adam Dalgliesh, right. It's been so long since I've read a Dalgliesh novel. Those are amazing. I'm quite a Holmes fan and just don't take enough time to read. Well, I used to a lot, but that was before I got into streaming. Now streaming is kind of addictive. There's so many different things you can use for excuses. Or, not just excuses, but I have to stream, or I need to tweak this, or I need to change that. It's probably why I don't have, or it's probably why I have consistency problems. They keep changing things. Pink. This way. No worries. We should be getting close to 5 minutes anyways, in which case we can do a new one. Yes, I like the P.D. James books. But they're not always family friendly. Let's put it that way. There was one I saw where people in a certain line of work were getting killed and then left with nothing. And I'm not kidding, nothing, but like nothing. And yeah, I read that one, the first one of those that I read when I was like 14. And it's like, okay, these are fine. I love these books. These are awesome. Went to a convention with my parents. Magic convention, strangely enough. But anyways, went to a convention with my parents, and lo and behold, I grabbed a novel. It was one of those, you know, take a book, leave a book kind of places. What was I looking for? Oh, I know what I was doing. And yeah, I got a P.D. James novel where it was definitely sketchy. Sketchy at the best of times. But that's okay, you know? You, take risks when you read books, and it's worth it, usually. Yes. Some of that writer's books are family friendly, and some of them are not so much. Okay, just about into sunset. Fantastic. Let's go see about the bees. Now, can do this without coming down too splat. There we go. Okay, reasonable. Yo, dummy, go to bed. B, go to bed. You coming? Oh, okay, they're out. Nope, you're not. Come here. Go to bed. Come on. I'm not trying to chop you. Go to bed. Dumb bee. Hey, you. Come here. Okay. Can you please go to bed? Getting close. Well, fine. Oh. Fine, if you won't go to bed, be putting you over here. And then I'm going to cut down these hives. Okay, sounds like a plan. I have no idea where that other bee went, so they either went in the hive properly, or they've buzzed off somewhere. And being as these don't stack, I'm going to bet I do not have bees in some of them. Oh well. Should have 4 carpets too. Okay, great. Now we can sleep. Then it's off to Poodle Pirates. Well, not to their house. I'm just gonna go to the mailbox. Sheriff Joanna Brady by J.A. Jantz. And weirdly enough, the ones I read tend to be the authors that don't have a whole lot of police characters in them, and they don't always make the police look like idiots, though that does seem to be the majority of the time. That's why I didn't know where the bee went. Hey, you. You're coming with me. Let's see if I can trick you into going into spawn. How far away is spawn? 259. Oh, lordy. Okay. You're not going to explore, bee. Sorry. I'm not one that's ever really been a personal fan of dragging the overworld into the nether and vice versa. People can do that, but to me, leaving my own mess in the nether this way is kind of sloppy, so I'm trying not to do so. But bee on a string was not exactly my original intent. Okay, you. So we can get you through the portal again. My bee balloon. Yep. My bee loon. Okay, ready? You ready for a ride? Paying attention? Are you paying attention? Okay, that worked far better than I expected. Or the bee just went missing. But I'm gonna bet you it went better than I expected. Alright. I have no idea where that bee went. They're just not in the nether anymore. Oh. There's my bee! Oh well, a fun bee. Good chance for him to be his best self. Okay, Poodle Pirate. Please tell me Poodle has a mailbox. There we are. Poodle Pirate. You now have bee boxes. Enjoy. I'm done with these bees. Very done. Okay, I don't have any mail. FSF has more mail. Okay. I'll leave those there. Fantastic Shock Fox can get them this time. So bee, are you happy up there? Wherever you went? Oh yes, bee is happy. Bee found new home. That's good. Somebody has built us a lovely large carrot. That's awesome. Oh, we have all kinds of little farms going on here. Last time I actually paid attention to what was behind the main spawn house. There wasn't much of anything at all. Alright. I'm just curious to see if the chicken's gone anywhere. Nope. And feathers. Nope. Didn't expect much. Alright. Nether, nether, nether. Technically, Ziptwist's ladder up is actually, it connects to the spawn ladder up, so it's always helpful. Let's see. No, I think 3 can handle it. 3 should be good for now. I was looking to see whether or not I needed to buy some more totems. Should probably definitely get some spare elytra, but when I was here yesterday, I wasn't seeing them, so I'll just have to check in with people who had them for sale. Actually, you know what? Probably makes sense if I look on the other side. Nope, those are rockets. Okay. Yeah, there's a few stalls I didn't look at. Unlikely they'll be the ones I'm looking for, but we never know. Right, the frog lights and magma blocks. Alright, I think that's everything. We take one roof look. Okay, we've got post office, we've got little farms, spawn house, stalls, there's my chicken stall. Don't think there was anywhere... Nope. I don't think there was anywhere that we missed yesterday. No, I think we got them all. Alright, so I'm really out of here. Keep saying that, but this time I mean it. Maybe. Oh, okie. My closed captions decided I was giving Poodle Pirate some beat boxes. Nice. Well, at least my closed captions haven't been rude much today. They were kind of rude a couple days ago. Not a good thing. They say the profanity filter is, what do you call it? Is experimental and not very reliable. But it was doing weird things to Fantastic Sherlock Fox's name. Yeah. There we go, there's the hole. Level 15, huh? Okay, can I get... Oh. Did I ever bring some junk? Okay. Well, let's throw the junk in here for now. It's not ideal, but it will do. Definitely don't need any of these while I'm out mining. Get changed. This one for that. This one for that. That's this and the existing batch of elytra. I think I even forgot about that pick. Alrighty. This one away. Oh, that's why I forgot about it, because the fortune pick. Of course I don't want to do that. Okay, all good. It's like, is that his or mine? No, it's his. There we go. Back into the depths. Which suggests then that if he's got a ladder like that, that he may be our bed bomber. Closed captions, that looks really weird. So if anybody who streams or is talking to streamers is talking to them about closed captions, I quite enjoy. There's a plugin that will let you go through the Google interface, like it sends all your sounds out to Google. And I'm gonna go back to where I was down here, I think, possibly in this gap down there. Anyway, but if anybody's talking to people who do closed captions and stuff, I quite like the one that goes through Google. There's another one where it goes through like OBS and then... Oh, somebody's pre-marking. I got it. It goes through OBS and then to the Microsoft speech section. Don't recommend that one. I definitely do not recommend that one. Personal experience with that one was not the greatest. It'd be nice if I could find my original stairs up, because Delenn Roof Portal's over there, but I couldn't figure out where I was. Around 15. Keep hearing a lot about 14, so I'm going to go back down to the 13 I was working earlier. Even though it destroys the 15 path, I think people can handle it. Okay. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. There we go. So down by 1. There we are. We're back at it. Hoping that we can get some more. I mean, One would be nice, at minimum, because we've got 3 pieces of scrap, so that would make a 4th, and then we could do our boots, so I don't have to worry about boots and hat. Then after that, while we're down here, probably the chest plate, but I mean that would only work for nether stuff. Using the overworld, I'm just wearing my elytra. But I mean, I guess I could do pants. But I keep swapping the pants when I'm in the nether, so it's even sillier. I do not know. Number 2. Go. Oi! No thank you. Come on. Really? Alright. It's one of those things that's sort of hard to keep a conversation up for, but we've had enough of the law enforcement officers. What do we have now? Choice. Really? Roll again. Or reality shows that follow a specific family or couple. So I can never remember the show, like what the actual titles of some of these shows were. But there was the one with the Duggars. And then I can't remember what it was. There was the other one with the lady who had a whole bunch of... Yeah, I don't usually watch reality shows. Let's try that again. I'm not a fan of this one. Because, I mean, next thing you know, you get, like, Honey Boo Boo or something. Okay, new one. 2 projects that had Kevin Spacey in them. I know I've seen Kevin Spacey, but I can't recall exactly what he was in. Maybe Up in the Air, I think, might have been one of them. It says 2 projects, so that usually implies that he's been in both film and television, or stage. They don't actually have a stage category. American Beauty and Pay It Forward. Yes. Bringing up Bates. I remember American Beauty. Personally was creeped out by it, but that's just me being a prude. But Spacey's one of those ones, he's got a look, a certain look. And he's one that's probably the closest thing I think Hollywood has, more or less, right now to what I would call a UK level of beauty. It sounds funny, but I was mentioning in a stream last night that Hollywood, in the US particularly, seems to like to go for more, how do I explain it? The good-looking ones. So less the character look, and more the person look. They're often handsome in some sort of way, for the guys. Whereas, like particularly at, say, UK television, that's not as frequently the case. It is still the case, but if you need a grizzled-looking individual for a grizzled character, that's what you go for. You don't try and take some sort of handsome person and turn them that way. With makeup and such, it just doesn't work as much. Oh. Kevin Spacey, I think, fits a lot more of those types of roles. Thank you, Butter Oswin. 2. Fetch. Go. And back we go. So it doesn't seem to make much difference whether I'm on 12 or 13, where they're equally bad for finding, for me to find netherite. I mean, I know there's faster ways to do this. Much, much faster ways to do this. Pure finding of it is just not really happening. Whoa! And those spots are why I am not good with lava. At least I got on the correct side of it. Sometimes I've had it come in behind me, and then I get trapped. The funny part was it's only been, well, I'd say within the last year, but that I've ever been shown the or that I've ever been shown the bit about digging a hole in the floor to get the lava to stop flowing forward. I honestly didn't think that was going to work because, I mean, physics in offline real life, it doesn't work. To do that, you know, your lava will just fill up the hole and keep on going. But Minecraft being a different beast, do things like that. And it's sort of, so it's one of those things that just falls into the category of why does it work? Because Minecraft. You know, or because Mojang reasons, whatever that is. In the same sort of way that some bricks fall and some bricks don't. But I liked a theory that I saw posted on Twitter last night, where this is 12. Yeah, I wouldn't have gone this far. Well, whatever. Is where the person was saying, you know, what if Minecraft does have gravity for every single block, not just the ones that we see super falling like gravel, but what if they do have gravity for every block, but that, ooh, see, it was worth it. But that every block that isn't one of these sort of things, oh, okay. Every one of those blocks, anyways, it's just like glass, where glass will not, or glass is actually technically a liquid. It just flows super duper crazy slow. Well, thank you very, very much for the raid. I am a little bit gobsmacked.
Hello.
I'm just out here chilling and attempting to get cinnamon buns if I can, you know, not lose everything. There we go. And not the fastest at it, so we're just out here chilling a little bit, aiming to get, aiming to get some pieces before the next update hits, because it'll make it a little harder for me to get them at that point. Right. But every time I get one, I do take a stop, pause, and I put things away, so that'll give me a great chance to say hello and welcome in. So thank you very much for thank you very much for bringing your friends or your crew in, Ricky. I really appreciate it. Let's see who we have to say hi to. We have Right Cross, good to see you. And yeah, welcome into all the raiders. That's fine, no problem. I'm in mountain time, so it's already 20 to 1 in the afternoon, so I totally get that if you're farther ahead in time zones. All right, welcome in, raiders. So, long story short, since the majority have not met me yet, there we go, in English. Nuts. Sorry, just trying to get this stuff put away while I talk to you. Go. Okay. Can't seem to think today. So, in English, my name is Delenn Russell. I tend to stream five times a week. So, Tuesdays twice, Wednesdays twice, and then once on Thursdays. Outside of streaming, I am a mom, a stay-at-home mom, and a volunteer with Scouts Canada, an actual scout leader. I tend to play Minecraft on stream. I used to be more of a variety streamer. It wasn't working out the way I had in my head, so yeah, we're back to just Minecraft, and that's fine because I totally love it. I play on the Dadcraft 73 vanilla Java server with a good-sized handful of quality of life mods. So you'll see a bunch of stuff like my mini-map in the corner and so on. My base theme this year is actually probably worth... What time is it? Sure, okay. Apologies to those that were hoping I would continue mining. We're going to go do a base tour just because we can. Now, step 1. Delenn not get lost. That's easier said than done. Where are we headed this time? So technically we're not that far away from my portals, but finding them has been challenging. So, what do we got? Wolfen, spawn, that's pretty far away. I don't fly in the Nether by choice. I tend to... Hello, mister. With your fancy pants. I tend to get them crashed into things. And burn up and, you know, you name it. One of those people. When I mine, I usually mine at level 12. But it wasn't working out, so I've tried 13, and that's great. Problem, as we can see, is that it gets me a little turned around. Oh, shoot. Okay. Getting out of here might be a little different than I thought. I realized, yeah, even though I have a Delenn lower portal, I actually didn't start here. I came down more over there. Huh. Okay, well, here we go again. In terms of people you guys may already know, we may both jointly know the awesome Stormy Owl, huge Stormy Owl, is one of my favorite streamers, as well as a member of the Dadcraft community in addition to the other things she does. So that's a name that might ring familiar to your ears. What else have we got? I'm trying to figure out, while I'm getting lost, I'll just discuss quickly the theme of the base, because it's probably easier to explain as we go than it saves us time when we actually get there. See, we're on 12, that's me. Yeah, I'd love to have, like, super speed, but not so much. The theme of the base this season is based off of a set of mystery books called the Cadfael Chronicles by Ellis Peters. There's 20 books in the series, and main character in that series is a monk, and so my base theme was based around that book series this season. I haven't gotten very far in the base because I'm being really picky about how things work. Let's go this way. Oh, you're stuck. Haha, enjoy. Oops, back to bed, roaming land. It's not what I want. Went too far. Ooey. Hello again. Why are there so many of you all in one spot? That's just really weird. Anyway, so I've got a base area where I've got a castle built, which unfortunately I didn't think about it at the time. I built it too low, as in it's short. So I really need to redo that, but neither here or there. The second... Okay, over my head, which means I probably shouldn't have plugged that. Here. I guess. Aha! There we go. Nope, that's not really a spot. Okay, where am I? Can I get up any of these places? Okay, let's try this hall. Alright. So, in any case, where I was going with that conversation was to say that the second part of my build that I've been working on so far is a monastery, and I'm in the process of changing the way the monastery looks. The reason for that is the book series is based off of a medieval fictionalized version of the real place in Shrewsbury, England. So it's the southwest part of England, not that far from Wales. And the monk, the main character, is a Welsh gentleman who had been a Welsh guy who had been a crusader for quite some time. And then on his way back, he decided to be a sailor and just generally was sick and tired of the fighting life and decided that he wanted to be a monk instead. But I mean, he floats a lot of the rules of the Benedictine order and stuff like that throughout the series. So it was just interesting, partly because it's semi-historically based, such that they actually have used names of real existing abbots who really did run the monastery at Shrewsbury. So that was kind of cool to me. Now we can get the open, and I can change to flight. Flight, please. This one. Yeah, let's just go with that. I need some rockets. Let's not leave this behind, though. I have a bad habit of leaving things, places. Alright. Rockets. Rockets. I'm also hoping I don't find any bees. That sounds dumb, but yesterday I went through my lower portal that goes straight to the lower section of the Nether, and that's where my bees have mysteriously gone to. And then I moved the beehives, completely not thinking about the fact that I have my upper portal inside my castle. And so I had bees flying all over, and I thought, okay, no big deal. You know, I could count them, the full number were there, great. I walked through the portal, and unfortunately, there were half my bees. And I was like, oh, really? So I rescued them again, and then I said, forget this, and I mailed them to someone else. Alright, so what I'm actually going to do is give you a tour via FreeCam. So you can see that we've got ourselves a castle with a keep. The keep is actually our iron farm. And then something just a stable and a couple of houses inside. Ooh, hello, Mr. Owl. Your ears must have been burning, because I was talking about you guys. So just generic little manual bunch of cows, basic automated sheep farm. You know, they eat the grass. Spencer uses shears on them, and then the minecart picks that up and then drops it in the chests. Well, thank you for the follow, Lord Barbecue. Just kidding. Thank you for the follow, Lord Jar Jar. My apologies. There's an inside joke to that doesn't actually belong to you, but it's another Lord and Star Wars character. Okay, so these ones are very basic farms that just have a villager in them. So of course they harvest the wheat, but what's going on underneath is I've got minecart system. So it comes by and it sucks the wheat and the seeds through, which is supposed to then filter right under here, and the seeds go to the chest in the middle, and then the wheat comes here. But I was dumb and did not chunk align them, as you can kind of see. So most of the time they're functional. The carts don't seem to have a problem. Unfortunately, the sorting system is fine. Just the tower gets backed up because it's on the wrong side. And just where I put the sorting system, I don't have space to back the seed tower up. So I'll have to rework the whole thing at some point. Nope, not going to go in there. Not yet. So this is a farm I built because I thought I needed it for bone meal, and it turns out I don't. So I just haven't torn it down because it does its thing and it's not harmful. But for lore reasons, it will come down eventually. Only other... I love my little yurt on the hill. That wasn't me who built that. That was Wolfen on our server. And she's got a business she calls Yurts Truly. And she'll come and build a yurt at your base for you. Okay, what else have I got? Trying to see if there's anybody else I missed. Or any other questions or anything. Okay, last piece, I'm just going to snip through the hill here. And we have a fairly generic bob farm. Now, putting them underground, I'm well aware, causes problems in terms of reliability and such, and most of the time you can actually see that the farm does absolutely nothing. And I'm okay with that, because I lied. Haha. Last season, I built one of these up in the sky, and that was great. It worked really well, but it had far too much material, far too many supplies. So this year, still 10 platforms, but I've got them underground, and I know that, I've only mob-proofed so far around it. Case in point, they come down, go through, they drop, whatever, splat, and then there's a few fires at the bottom because I know the drop tube is a little shorter than it probably could be. I thought I was going to have to punch through the floor here and get into the secondary cave, so I started lighting up. But me being a rather big chicken, in the way I play Minecraft, unfortunately got myself over-mobbed here. And, yeah, just exited real fast. Not to mention, below this, and you can't quite see it in this shot. Let's see, did it load in? Nope, it didn't. Okay. There are ways to get down even further from here, quite easily, and there's Skulk below me. And I thought, okay, well, that's not a big deal. If it's just the Skulk, there we are. But it's, as I poked around, just with flight, that there are little warning systems and stuff. So all the pieces are here to get wardens, in which case, it can just stay there. I don't care. That's not my cup of tea. Alright. But as you can tell, for lore reasons, I put it underground. So, the last piece is across the way. I need to build a proper bridge at some point. Oh, come on, are you going to res in? There we go. I'm going to probably go splat, just because I come down too fast, usually. Oh, maybe not today. Good. Yay! Let's sleep through this one. Okay, undercover. There we go. F4 tour. So this is the monastery in progress. I was using a Lightmatica when I built the sort of version 1 of it, and the Lightmatica is based off Kirkstall Abbey in England. But the one that I'm actually going to be using is a much more rectangular design. I mean, it still has this chunk up the front being sort of cross-shaped, but it doesn't look the same on the front. Like the Kirkstall Abbey doesn't look the same on the front as this one. Kirkstall Abbey actually has 2 towers. So I'm trying to look a little bit more like Shrewsbury.
Hello.
The Kevin Spacey reference. Yes, I should probably cover that one. Okay, so I will definitely get there. It's just one of our games. I'll come back to that in just a second. So I play with references, which basically means when I'm building something, there we go. Okay, yeah. When I'm building something, then I often will turn on a bunch of photos so I can see what I'm working at. And in this case, there's a picture of what Shrewsbury Abbey, the church left, looks like. Due to some bright architects in the what was it, 1300s, I believe, they now don't have an actual abbey off to the right-hand side of that because the bright architects decided that A, they were going to revamp the place, and B, they were going to put what became the M5 highway right through the property. So yeah, not great. In any case, that's that part. And just last couple of references to show you, so you've got a better idea what I was doing. We had, not this one, sketch map? Yes. So I got lucky. This is the map from the Cadfael series companion books. And the world I ended up with, weirdly enough, looks like this. If I can get further from this map, there we go. So you can see that my castle is outscaled, but I've got landforms that actually happen to be somewhat similar to the big Oxbow Bend in the river of the sketch map. So that's working relatively well. And then the Abbey section, Abbey sketch map being there, you can see that I've got a little more to go, but it'll be squaring it off to be more similar to that one. So I'm combining what the place really looks like with a guess from the books, like from the novels. Where are we here? Last season, my reference to this particular book character was to do one of the book covers. This is carpet art, which once again was not chunk-aligned and was never intended to be map art, although people asked me about that. Yeah, but this is straight out flat carpet, except for the edges, of course, which are like quartz and dark oak, I think. So that's what I've been playing around with. Giving you a quick, let's see, is this the model? Yeah. So that's what they figured the Abbey looked like, and I don't think I have the other one. But if you're taking, yeah, we've got all kinds of things we can look at for that. But that's the sort of references I work with. So the Geek Out question on the side of the screen, people have been asking about that. We play a game called Geek Out. It actually does exist offline. Just moving a Lego piece. There we go. So it's a box called Geek Out. Okay. We have the pop culture edition, and what I do with those questions is I've input them into some doc files so that when people type ! Geek Out, it will roll, like do a roll to the dice, and then it will, oops, I don't need this, F4. It'll choose a category and put a random line from that category's text file on the screen. So there are 5 categories. We've got, I'm trying to think, we've got movies, we've got television shows, literature, music, and then a miscellaneous category. If it ever hits 6, it says choice, which, depending on who put in the question, will affect who gets to make the choice. But once a category is selected, then, in spite of the number that it says on the screen. So like in this case, it says 2 projects in which Kevin Spacey starred. The way the original game would be is that people would wager to try and see who can say the most, and then that person's on the hot seat to actually do so. But in this version on stream, what I'm doing is once the category is selected, then people can work as a full chat group, I guess you could say, to come up with the answers. So Kevin Spacey, non-shenanigan things. Oh my goodness. Well, no problem. That's, feel free to drop any time, or, stay as long as you like or as little as you like. Everybody's always welcome, and maybe we'll see you again soon, Red Cross. But thank you very much for taking the time to come by. Yay! Okay, so for example, I'm going to type !geek out, and then we're going to see the new category this time. It turned out to be miscellaneous. Name 4 celebrities who have their own reality TV series. Eek. I don't know much about reality TV series. This one is the Champion of the Hill. Feel free to type !join. It's a free battle to see who's the king of the hill, so to speak. Gonna putter for a second here. And it's not because of the game, I'm just semi-distracted. Oh, we're full again. Alright, do I have space? How about here? Nope. I don't have a very big bamboo farm, it's only 8 stalks, but honestly I've got far more than I can ever use. Next time I come through I have to bring some more chests. It's like... The winner of this particular Champion of the Hill was Lord Jar Jar, using the giant match. He's on fire! He's lit. Let's throw out some fireworks for that. So for those of you that play Java Minecraft, this is my iron farm, nothing too exciting. I mean, we've got a gent up top, like that's where the golems come, and then right in the corner, of course, they get dispatched by lava and hoppers. Nothing exciting there. But the thing I like about this one is that if I need to, I can always snap my way in and then flip up the trap doors. All these guys have beds inside, and as you can see, workstations, so that if I do accidentally get them loose running around, they'll come back for bedtime. But the reason I have slabs on the corner is when they're moving high speed during the day. Oops. They mostly connect with seeing the zombie, but when they start calming down and looking down for bedtime, the slabs on the corners with the trapdoor down at the bottom like that are just enough that they don't see the zombie. So that, although it slows down the farm to have it be exclusively scare tactic that doesn't run overnight, it does, like, we have enough people that will usually sleep away the night on the server that they just get the chance to reset and keep going. If they don't get the chance to sleep, the farm will eventually stop on its own and not move at all. Cool, that works. So yeah, that's that piece. But it's just nice that I like that they just have the opportunity to just barely not see him, so that they can reset themselves every single night. I used to do that sort of thing with a piston that would drop the zombie at night and then bring it back up in the day, and it was run off a daylight sensor. But this actually works really well, just do itself, and I don't have to worry about the redstone fussing. So yeah, that's quite handy. Which, should I see actually, since I'm here, is it full? No, not bad. So the towers here really don't serve a whole lot of purpose, as you can probably imagine. just a little bit of blocks and bone meal and so forth. Because I can. There we go. Let's put the blocks in the corner. That back. This gives a little more space for the farm to do its thing. Yeah, we're good. Okay. And then I swear, this is the functional but world's slowest sugarcane farm, because I've never had to empty this box, ever. I've taken a little bit out of there to make some lecterns and stuff, but that's about it. Where are we here? Still looking for 4th star of their own reality show. Who do we have so far? I do apologize, I missed that. Oh, Paris Hilton, okay. Ozzy Osbourne, yep. Who was the other? Looking for 4. I missed one. I mean, I guess for a while you could have counted Donald Trump in that batch. Oh, Kim Kardashian, okay. Kim Kardashian, Paris Hilton, and Ozzy Osbourne, yeah. And so, as I said, for a while you could have counted the Donald in that one, because he had his own version of The Apprentice. And honestly, even though he wasn't the first Apprentice show, I swear that he was probably looking forward to having his own episodes for the longest time. Okay. Just gonna sleep away the night. More habit than anything else. Alright. Just taking one quick look up to see if there's anything I really want to do around here. I know I could go back to doing the monastery, but in all honesty, I'm temporarily burnt on it. So I think I will take another run back to the Nether. Let's make sure we don't have anything left behind. Is there anything I want to get rid of? Really? Okay, so the chicken cooker, long story made short, yes, I could do it with lava. I found that when I put lava in here, I was getting just enough loss that it was actually driving me crazy. So because I already have combination stone farm and lava bucket farm, then I really don't need to worry about not having enough fuel for the furnaces. And that way I get more of the feathers and whatnot back. Let's see what else we got. This one's a little different only in that when I'm standing around and it actually works properly, you know, you'll hear that it does a double click. I don't know why that is, but it seems to have always been doing that with the design I'm using. So I took advantage of that, and this barrel has a whole bunch of eggs in it, because I used to have the chickens over next to the barn. Resulting effect was, see all these? 15, 16 of them? All of these are plumb full of eggs. So yeah, don't need that many eggs. And then the usual format of these sorts of things, right? Where the egg comes out from the dispenser, gets broken, we have a chicken. I don't know why they never move from right in front of the dispenser, but they don't. And then when they grow up, they get their head stuck in the block and suffocate, and we get supplies. Supplies! Okay, I'll take these. Is there anything in here? No. Excellent. Okay. So these are actually for spawn, and I don't really care about the spawn farm all that much, but let's go do a drop-off nonetheless. I know I've been there once today. That's okay. We squirrel. The other reason we have eggs, I will show you in just a second. Let's refresh, and we're going to run that again. Now, on this stream, I don't do it all that often, but I'm trying to do a bit more. People have done on other streams things like, you know, fortune a bunch of ore, and is it even or odd the way it's going to come out? And yeah, that's great. Other people have other reasons for their predictions. This one we predict on batch of eggs. So I'll get 5 eggs, and we'll toss them up to 5, I should say. And then if we get a chicken, then that's of course where we're at it. If we don't get a chicken, then we don't get a chicken. And being as each egg is supposedly independent, 1 in 8 chance. So if we're on egg 3, we might get a 1 in 8 chance of chicken. So that's how it works. And that was why I originally built the rather ridiculous egg collector. But what I'm doing with the leftover meat now, rather than having bazillions and bazillions of eggs, because even here you can hear that there's a lot of them. It's down the stairs. I mean, this is at spawn. You can see they've got a good number of chickens standing there, and this is perpetually full. That wasn't me who built that, but sometimes I take the eggs when I'm here. But that wasn't what contributed to the double chests. Instead, I built a somewhat Canadian themed. You just can't do a maple leaf all that easy in Minecraft. Somewhat Canadian themed little stall. I'm calling it Chicken on the Way. In my city, there's a fast food restaurant called Chicken on the Way, like W-A-Y. And it was funnier when it wasn't quite so local, so I may have to change those signs. But I'm just ditching the chicken in this fashion. Right? Oops, not that one. I count. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. And one more there. And I guess I'll throw that one in the corner. It's all free for those ones, so I don't really care. And then just because I have extra feathers, and I know I'm putting that down in the corner so people can see that it's not a full stack. But that's what I'm doing with it. So the chicken's just a giveaway. I mean, I don't really care if the feathers were free, but it might not hurt to see if you can get a diamond now and then for somebody who wants to turn a book writable or something. So this is our little spawn shopping area, rather literally at spawn, such that this fenced-in zone, I'll just show you on the map. This fenced-in zone is the no-go protected chunks area. You can't build, can't do whatever. So that's how close we are to spawn. But yeah, so that's the long and the short of it. There's a bunch of cool little shops and things. And every time I pop in, I go, ooh, is there more elytra for sale? And I never remember who was supposed to actually be doing that, so I don't usually find them. But I think we've got everything we needed for nether mining. So let's see. 4 celebrities, Jessica Simpson and Nick Leahy. Leahy? I guess, maybe? Clearly I don't know that person all that well. And that's the roof of our cool looking post office. Yeah. That's the majority of the points of interest. I don't remember what we were showing our appreciation to Hobozim for. I really like his work. Oh, duh. I did that one wrong. So the Hobozim one is coming up in a way that should have a fix to it. It's not at the moment. It's got an error where he's actually, I believe he's occasionally a streamer. Still working on his schedule and stuff like that. But I don't think that one came up quite the way it was supposed to. Go back to Chick-fil-A and consider this a franchise. Haha, cute. Yeah. Probably will change that one. That was the joke I made last season when I built a similar sort of free shack. What have we got for map? If I change... I have too many map sets on here, so you're not nuts seeing that. And the reason I have that is so that I can take a look and just see how mined to pieces the place has been before I get it down there. And that's the end of the chicken prediction. Ooh, good grief. That's where we were. So somebody's a bed bomber, you can tell. And then there's a lot of us that just enjoy the chill of branch mining. Alright. Ta-da! I guess. Dude, get out of the way. Let's see. Okay, which way am I facing? If I was facing this way, I'd be going west. Okay, I don't want that. But I guess it's ladder down time. Alrighty, so when I get down here, I'll get some eggs out. And we will toss them and see if we end up with a chicken running around in the nether. Sometimes I wish there was a way to jump off of a ladder in a 1x1 reliably. But splat at the bottom is not pleasant, so it's not worth it. Oh, where are we here? Alright. One of the other things to know about me pretty quickly is I am a fan of Harry Potter, which means I actually like Harry Potter Lego, as corny as that sounds. Okay, we're right up in the northeast corner of the S. Okay, good. I wanted to get really anywhere down here, actually, because we're crisscrossing tunnels like a crazy person. Let's see if I go... Tough part of getting around this section, right? Hello. Oh, right, I said eggs, didn't I? I'm wearing... Okay, good. I'm wearing my pants. Just leave me be. Okay, so 5 eggs. Let's try this. We've got 1. Oh. Well, that was a rip. I mean, you got a chicken. I didn't expect one that fast. Okay, so the resolve with chicken for sure. No anticipation on that at all. But congratulations on that win. Go to Jen with over 2,800 points. Nice. Congratulations, Jen. And being as we don't tend to have things that it really matters if they pick up stuff, I'm just going to lead the chicken this time round and see what happens. Usually I will end the chicken's life just because it's in the way. Oops, actually I guess I could put these extra eggs back. Usually I'll end the chicken, but I didn't in this case. Just for a little bit of fun, I suppose. There we go. Alright, so we're off to mine. I don't intend to run crazy long today, but oops, often the amount of time I can run depends a lot on Fantastic Sherlock Fox's meetings. Because if he's got meetings that run... Oh, hello, sir. Because if he's got meetings that run quite a long time, then it becomes challenging for us to be able to get lunch together. Six Asian actors. Ooh. Good. John Cho, yep, and James Hong. Those are 2 that I'm not as familiar with, other than the name. And then we've got... There's always, you know... Jackie Chan's a pretty good one. Bruce Lee. In case this is my tunnel. Okay. No problem. I may be busy at that point, so feel free to go ahead without me if need be. That's not me. Where is it here? 13. That would be me. Here. So 12 is probably my tunnel down there. Let's take out this one. Oh. Wiggly sideways mess. Yes, that's probably me. Not this part, though. Don't know what that was. Getting myself lost in my own tunnels. What the heck? Not only mine, but still. Okay, sure. Weird. 13s are on this side. I guess I can start here. There we go. 1, 2, 3. It's just funny to me sometimes how we have people who like mining at different levels. Takes a little longer this year. I'm a 12 or 13 gal. A lot of people were 15s. It's done on 15s. Depending on where you read, there's different reports on the best level to find ancient debris on. I figure whatever level you find it on, thank your lucky stars. So a couple of the other things we do around here, as I mentioned, I'm a Harry Potter fan and a Lego fan, so that plays into the redeems available, or the challenge you see on the screen. So people can either redeem 5 minutes of Lego, or they could at a shot. I mean, 5 minutes at a shot. They can redeem more if they want. Just it only comes in 5-minute increments, or they can contribute to the community challenge with their points collection, and that goes towards sort of an expression of interest on whether or not they want to have me put in an extra stream that just has Lego, and in those ones I build an entire set end to end. Now, while there are Star Wars fans in our house, it's Star Wars Day, may the Force be with you and all that. Okay, I wasn't going that far apparently. While there are Star Wars fans in our house, that's usually my son and Fantastic Sherlock Fox, so I leave the Star Wars themed Lego to my son. And Harry Potter Lego has become my thing. My daughter quite likes the Lego Friends stuff, so it's one of those things where overall it becomes a bit of an expensive hobby for the family because we're all into different stuff. Oh, come on. Hitting the walls. No, thank you, Mr. Gast. Anyways, that's what that corner thing was referring to. We are at 224 of the current goal, 225 followers. That's awesome. That is awesome. When I started this thing, I never believed I'd ever get to affiliate. Like, it just didn't. It didn't sound like it was ever going to happen. And really, it took me, a month, I think, maybe? A month and a half? Something like that. And I thought, oh, well, that's great. That's the be-all and end-all. I'm good. We're happy. And it just kept climbing. So, yeah. We're here now, and I'm still having a lot of fun just over a year later. So as long as I'm having fun, I'll keep doing it. I have been a part of group dragon kills. I haven't done a group wither fight. I just wasn't available the one time they did it. But I have been a part of group dragon fights on this server, both last season and this season. And I've never yet soloed a dragon. At some point I'll need to try and do that on my own worlds, but I haven't actually got there yet. I've been debating whether or not to do a hardcore world because I'm a bit of a chicken, but the other part of it is also that it seems to be very du jour, as in it's the thing to do right now. In the same way that like Vault Hunters is also the thing to do. There's nothing wrong with that. I've played bingo too for similar reasons. It's the thing to do. But I'll be honest, I'm terrible at bingo. Absolutely terrible at bingo. As in, like, personal best time is looking at about an hour and 20 minutes or more. I think the worst run I completed for a blackout was over 2 hours. And I just had a lot of stuff go sideways on that one. So I figured bingo wasn't my thing, and I wasn't enjoying it, so I stopped playing at that one. You know, you do what you like, right? You know, you're not the first one I've heard say that, Crafted Mama, about the missing Season 2. I never got the chance to taste Season 2 because so much of everything I was reading was talking all about and hyping Season 3, and then, of course, Season 3 actually came out. And that was all anybody talked about. So I tried the brand new one. Right? It makes kind of some sense in that respect. Try the new thing. I just never really... I think part of what's got me... I mean, I'm terrible at it anyways, even though I was enjoying it. But the other thing that's got me not doing it is that time, right? We talked about pick the things you've got time for. And so if I have a limited time, I've been spending it on vanilla. Or some random squirreling into creative projects. But other than that, I'm looking forward to getting back to trying Vault Hunters. I'm just rubbish. So it's one of those things that I probably won't do on stream. At least not for a while. We'll see. I mean, I keep saying that, and then I keep wondering if I should. Because what does somebody like to see more than someone who's actually trying, and then they make a silly derp and end up dead, you know? So, I mean, there is the voyeuristic element of that. Or sharing the goofiness and laughing about it with friends. But my Vault Hunters setup has not been updated since, what did we do? I think it was just the early part of 7? The 7th release of the current 3rd style. So, yeah. Yeah, and that's the other thing. I'm so out of date on what all the updates and things are. I saw a comment from GD, I think, Golden Demon the other day. Damon. And their comment was about, so much is changing that it's almost tempting to start fresh. And I'll be honest, that comment actually appealed. It's not just because I'm this far behind. It's that so much of the stuff when I was last there felt like it was being aimed at the late game people, that those of us stuck in the early game... Whoa! Not what I wanted. Those of us stuck in the early game, we're just getting the short end of the stick for a while. But I mean, there were pieces that worked in our favor, and there are pieces that didn't. And I just never really took the time in between to stay caught up on what all the changes are, so I'd have to read up on it fresh, pretty much, like the whole thing was a brand new game. New titles in which a dystopian society appears. Ah! Okay. Your definition... Oops, wrong one. Choice. You see what happens when you get choice? So what I tend to do is just re-roll. We came up with literature. Name 4 titles in which an alternate universe or multiverse appears. Now, when they say titles, it doesn't have to be books. So, easy way out is comic books. The old Vault Hunters, if you died in the vault, you lost everything. Now you leave a ghost and can get back all your gear and loot for vault money. Oh, okay, so you can buy it with the vault money. Gotcha. I'm wondering if that's because people were for a while that looked like they were focusing on the gear and items in the vault and kind of ignoring the coin stacks, because coin stacks didn't seem super duper useful in a lot of cases. So maybe this is a way of getting people to actually use their vault currency they've been building up. That's pretty cool for someone like me, because then I can get a chance to get myself back in there if I did lose some stuff, as opposed to being discouraged and having to build everything up from scratch again. Oh yeah, it is totally discouraging to lose. That's not why I left when I did, that was just because, that was just, okay, fine. Uh-oh. You got no lava coming down on my head this time. No, it just happened to me, I got busy, and that they were doing a server reboot for this server. This way. Now pick this one up. I know I should put it in the precious box, but I've got 1 slot, so that'll be fine. Nope, that's full-ish. Let's top it off. So yeah, I just ran out of time, and then they were doing the server reboot for this one, and it just became a bit crazy. There we go. Well, the other part is, as you guys have no doubt seen by now, that I do not play at a speed that would make many people proud. Therefore, going on one server, I'm always behind the 8 ball no matter what. I liked, as I mentioned the other day, I liked the modded style. So I was really looking forward to playing with some of those mods, but the long haul to unlock a bunch of that was just really more than my abilities could handle. Just trying to figure out why I was carrying rockets, because I'm not supposed to be. That's why I had the empty slot. Put that over there. Yeah. So I mean, I guess part of it is because I've got a slow play style, which works for some, but not for everybody. Then I think my best bet, in all honesty, would be possibly to restart, but find a turtle server where the vast majority of people just aren't there unless they've got, nothing better to do, sort of thing. But the problem is, I mean, it can be addictive, right? Like, people who designed it, designed Vault Hunters, did a good job. So I think what I'll probably do then is yeah. I'm not that great at Vault Hunters, so maybe I'll just back out. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, as I mentioned a couple days ago, there was someone I saw who was doing a pack that was virtually Vault Hunters without all the actual Vault Hunters elements, but all the other mods and stuff were still there. Maybe I'll play that for a little while and see if I can get the spice back. I don't know. We'll see. My daughter keeps wanting to have me play with her. But I'm not a personal fan of her playstyle. She's not doing anything wrong, and nor does she play like a kid. It's just different playstyles. I like to finish projects and do things somewhat logically. She's very scattered, and my son is still similar. He's very scattered when he plays, but also, as some kids will be, some like to build, and they prefer building with whatever blocks they can get. And if they don't have the ones they want yet, they'd rather be, either doing /give far too frequently, or they would, or often they prefer to being creative. And the other part of it is sometimes kids prefer things go boom, which to me is about as exciting as having put in effort in hardcore and then dying. So we'll have to see. I mean, my kids are maturing, so their playstyle will change. And in all honesty, they're... How do I put it? Mentally, they're punching above their weight class as it is, so I'm just gonna, count my blessings where I can. My Minecraft style sort of ebbs and flows, and that's just a nature of... I would say maybe ADD? I don't know. I don't think so. But it just comes with... I think it's just that I get really picky about the way a project looks, and that makes me get easily discouraged over the progress. So, yeah. I might have to go back into the magic props I was doing. That was my squirrel. For those of you that are unaware, because I have a few people that I don't think have met me all that much before, but my father, one of his jobs was he was a magician by trade. Like a stage magician type thing, birthday parties as well, and corporate Christmas functions and stuff. But it also meant that he'd been doing that since the 60s, and had built up a name for himself, actually, as I was going to say videographer, but that's not the word. Cinematographer, but not in a, Hollywood grade. Just, your average Super 8 films and stuff. So we would go to conventions, and that's what he was sort of known for. And so we could talk to the names, the people you would see on TV or whatever. So that was super cool to me when I was a kid, so I got to meet David Copperfield and meet Lance Burton and so on. So sometimes when I'm just really feeling very much at loose ends, but I still want to stream, rather than do a cancellation or something, I've been working on a prop, like a Minecraft version of a large magic prop. Understandably not making it fully accurate because I don't want to give away the way that the trick actually works. And I do know, by the way, just have never been in this prop myself. Oh, there was more to that last tunnel. Yeah, I could have gone another section. Just do that real quick. But yeah, so I've been working on a few of those. And it's fun. It's corny. Nobody else has a whole lot of identifying with it. So it's not like when you build a farm and everybody's seen the farm before, but on the other hand, they still want to know what your twist on it's going to be. Or if you're doing a castle, what's your castle going to look like? There's some sort of idea of what the basic castle should look like. But when it comes to magic props, they've got no clue. There's no story. There's no connection. So I'm doing those few and far between because I'm enjoying it, but nobody else does, really. Not that I've heard of anything. Ooh, this is neat for like 10 seconds. So I can't blame people for that at all. But that's one of those things I do want to get really out of it. Which makes me appear to be a very scattered Minecrafter. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Ah! I'm not one that's very good with color palettes, but it has occurred to me on occasion to consider high school. Sorry. Stopping. Captain Mama says, I have a high school friend who made a career as a magician. It takes so much dedication, it's impressive. Indeed. And my parents just went this past year to, the nickname is FISM, F-I-S-M, but basically what it boils down to is it's the Magic Olympics. And they went as spectators just to watch and stuff, but it was still cool to see who's still around and who is no longer with us. And what else? Who may have changed, I guess? That sort of thing. But it's also nice to see what's the new hot up and coming, and they seem to be in a bit of an era where some of the old is new again. We're not talking like, tuxedos and whatnot, but things like a quick change act is still popular. In my mind, that's not really magic, but, The other thing is there's just so many different styles of it. So walk around magic and at one point was not very respected, but it seems to be like it is far more now. Right, and this one, 1, 2, down. But yeah, I've told this story a million times. There was a guy in my high school class who, we hung around with him and stuff, and he was really neat to talk to and stuff. But he, at one point, decided that he had bought himself this magic prop, and he was so excited to show it to me, and he thought, hey, you'd understand it, you'd get how cool this is. And he thought it was the neatest new thing. Well, it wasn't. And I was... Apparently, in the end, he appreciated it, so it's going to sound all wrong in the story. But I knew this one, and I just said, okay, it looks really good, and you may want to try hiding your effect a little bit differently. You can see what's going on here, here, and here. And he's like, how do you know all this? I don't believe you. So can I borrow your prop? But trust me, I know how it's done. I told him what the secret was before he loaned it to me. And then I was rude enough to go and show him up. So yeah. I'm not always that girl, but he did that. And Fantastic Sherlock Fox, I think, was there. Then one of our mutual friends, who wasn't in my high school class, but part of our friend circle at the time, had decided at, I guess, the pub or something, I think it was the pub, where we were all having dinner, that he decided he was going to hit me up and ask for a date, which was cool. I ended up saying no thanks, but one way or the other. But he said, oh, you know about magic, this is, I'll show you this cool trick, and I bet you I can surprise you. Well, you can see where this story's going. No, he could not surprise me. Because unfortunately, I knew how it was done, and so the prop that he was using that he usually uses to sort of pick up girls, basically it's the, if I can amaze you with this trick, you owe me your number. Kind of cheesy, but sadly it actually worked for him. Anyway, he did it, and I said, okay. He said, yeah, and you can even examine the prop. It's totally, you're not going to see how it's done. Bet you can't do it. So and it was a prop coin, so I borrowed his coin, took one quick look at it, and said, hey, need a steak knife. What? Popped his prop open. It was, he was kind of disappointed initially, but it was funny. He did actually get quite a lot of dates doing that, though. And I still take it as a compliment that he asked me. But part of it was, I don't think he actually was going to actually ask me on a date, now that I think about it. I think it was more that he, that his friends were egging him on, sort of like, her dad's a magician, show her, bet you can't amaze her. And he, of course, by that point, he was nice and pleased with himself by having got many dates that way. So he did show me, thinking he could impress me with his magic trick. And I will give him credit, even today, you know, a couple decades later or whatever, that he did a good job of presenting it. He just didn't quite get the, yeah, I showed her kind of thing that he was looking for. So, I'm one of those people, I like to see the shows, but I can't be amazed by it anymore. It's just that I've seen too many of them. That was my thing with Minecraft, though, is that it's kind of like a lot of people do. I guess Minecraft works the same way, to some extent, where, that too. Must have forgotten the gravel. Is that all the gravel? Okay, good. Minecraft works the same way for a lot of players, in that some people, they know how it's done, they know not to backseat somebody, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they won't stop watching other people play or other people stream. It's not about being impressed by what they build or impressed by the new farm or whatever. In the, I didn't know you could do that kind of way. It ends up being more, what's the word? I guess looking for style. So, not the how they did it in terms of the mechanical angle, but the how they do it in terms of their particular twist on it. And that's what I watch Magic for now. I mean, I'm always alert for, like, a new effect, as in somebody actually doing something I'd never seen before, or starting out to do something in a way that I had seen, and then you find out that how I was used to seeing it done is not how they did it. So, yeah. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the old Penn and Teller television show Fool Us. The idea is they've got magicians who've been in the business for decades and decades and decades. And then they've got new magicians who are basically, their goal is to try and fool these masters. And the masters are supposed to be able to give hints and clues in their discussion about how they think the trick was done, to see if they knew it. And the idea was to fool them. There's been some really cool episodes involving past greats, so other magicians that came on the show simply because they wanted to show they still had it, or they were doing it for a bit of a tribute thing or whatever. Like there was a few like that. There was one guy who came on the show who was very famous for having written multiple books on the subject of coin magic and card magic, and so the guy said, okay, really, how can you impress us? Because we've read all of your books, we've used so many of your techniques for years and years and years. How can you impress us? And so the guy proceeded to go on and, do a trick and actually floored the other two, because they had to admit they had no idea. Even based on his other angles, they thought he'd covered everything in his books. And at the time, he said, yeah, I did. Like, as in, I thought I had, until I came up with this. And blew him away. And I thought that was really cool. They've got people that stereotypically you would think, maybe they're physically challenged. That's not the politically correct phrase these days, but anyway, you get the idea. maybe they don't have thumbs or whatever the case is, and then they go and do a trick that people go, how the heck did you do that? Because you're not physically able the same way we are. And so these guys try to guess, of course, how they're doing it, and often are fooled by stuff like that. Just because they're stuck with, understandably, preconceived notions of how this was done in the past. It's actually fun because Fantastic Sherlock Fox and I watch these things on, like on YouTube or other locations, usually YouTube, and because I've seen so much, sometimes I see where the track is going before Fantastic Sherlock Fox, but we've been together long enough now that he's basically seen everything I've seen. Therefore, I'm pretty sure this is going to be this tunnel. But therefore, we can often stop the video at the time that the guys are discussing, because of course they have commercial breaks and so on, which often the YouTube posters pull out. We'll stop the video and then we try to discuss it to see if we can figure it out. And sometimes we're right, and we've never figured out the secret ahead of the masters, like ahead of Penn and Teller. But there's times that we're right on the money. And it wasn't that the magician messed up or anything like that. It's just that the way they chose to do the trick was one that I happened to have seen before, or Fantastic Sherlock Fox has seen. Or what if we did? What if somebody did X or Y behavior? Well, yeah, that would get you where we're going. Okay, cool. And we just find out. Yep, that's exactly what this person did. Okay, this one, that. It's just fun to try and play the guessing game. Although I'll admit, they've got a gal on the show who is sort of like can't get past that. They've got a gal on the show who is an actress, or has been an actress in the past, and she played Willow in the TV show for Buffy the Vampire Slayer. So when she's completely stumped and having trouble figuring out what she thinks happened, because that's kind of her role, is to play the goof, that unfortunately she probably isn't actually goofing all that much, but I just have trouble not seeing some of the times when the Willow character missed what was going on. And then I keep expecting her to say, this one time at band camp. So, yeah. That's full. Okay. This one. Ah! That's a good question. I think Fantastic Sherlock Fox is back into his meetings, so he may not have the opportunity to respond. He and I moved out in, I believe it was 2002? No, sorry. Depending when he started that job. Yeah, probably about 2002-ish. So it's been a while. And then we got married in 2007. So yeah. People say, no age talk! I don't think this counts. So yeah, we've been together for a while. And the funniest thing about it is, we're going to be one of those couples, hopefully, that is, you see when they're older, and you find they're still together, and people say, well, why? Because I married my best friend? But we were friends first, before we were anything remotely romantic. So that helped a lot. I was worried at first, actually, because some of our extended family I was under the impression are the type that are not keen. Am I 13? Okay. That are not keen on people being married. Sorry, people living together before they're married. But the way we looked at it when we first moved out was, okay, do we get married first and then get stuck living at each other's, or living at our parents' houses? Or do we spend some money on a down payment and get ourselves a condo at that time? So basically get a place to live where we can live together and worry about the wedding thing later. So that's how that came about. And I don't remember all the specifics, but we went to visit Fantastic Sherlock Fox's extended family for Christmas that very first year after we'd moved out, and I was kind of worried that his grandmother would be all sorts of concerned that we were together but were not married yet. And no, I got quite the surprise. She was all for it. Okay, well, suddenly, lady, you're an awful lot cooler than I ever gave you credit for. Yeah, it's one of those oh so sweet moments, for sure. I mean, how people meet each other is kind of funny. I was in a, what do they call it in the US? TAG program? Equivalency? In Canada. And so when you finish your junior high years, grade 9, 7, 8, and 9 up here, when you finish your junior high years, you could either stay at the school because it was a combined junior-senior high school, where you could take like university honors level courses and that sort of thing as bonuses, or high school honors, so you could take honors program stuff, or you could go to a different school in the city that seemed to be a feeder from ours, where you could have access to the International Baccalaureate program. I chose to stay because quite a few teachers that had taught our junior high program were also the high school teachers, just by nature of the fact that there was this, smarty pants program. Anyways, the point where I'm trying to go with that is to say that, but one of my friends, who I had actually dated in junior high, decided to go to this other school. And so, because of the way this thing worked, and so many kids from my junior high went to the other high school, that it was almost like an extended group of friends that you just took a break from. If that makes any sense? Ooh, nice. So in university, I met somebody who I didn't know had been from this other school, or I didn't know had been from this other program in this other school. And one day he was having a house party, and he decided to help introduce me to some of his high school friends, because I was his girlfriend at the time. Like, sure, okay, whatever. Well, I get in there, and we're just hanging out, and the doorbell rings, people come in, whatever. Nothing too exciting in that part of the story. But then suddenly, I go around the corner, as his first other friend is arriving, expecting not to know who it was, and it was, it was the guy I dated in junior high. That was kind of a weird, awkward one, but cool. So then at university, I met up with him just as friends and whatever, and he introduced me to more of his friends from high school. Well, I hit it off with one of them quite well, just not that particular day, but through this thing I met, it wasn't just at university, it was also through this party, we got introduced to a lot of them. So Fantastic Sherlock Fox and I spent a good part of the evening just sitting and chatting with each other, because technically I was dating this other person, and I don't think Fantastic Sherlock Fox was looking for a date at that time anyways. Oh, whoa. Mess. That's a problem. How do we... Not worth dead ending on this one, but I need to figure out how do I get up there to plug it. Probably up here. That'll do. It's not ideal, but it'll do. Okay. So anyway, so we spent a good time, chatting and stuff as friends. And then met up again at a different party with the same batch of mutual friends, because I stayed in touch with this junior high friend once we met. Pardon me. So yeah, it became a bit of a thing where we were friends first. And it worked out in the long run. I guess that's one way of putting it. Here. Great story. But there's more to it than that, obviously. And depending on what crew is listening, I tell it slightly differently. But yeah. So if I hadn't connected up with that guy from junior high, I wouldn't have reconnected with a bunch of the other people who had been in my junior high class. Part of the reason it felt like an extension is because the ones I didn't know from Fantastic Sherlock Fox's high school class, a lot of them still knew the same people from junior high who'd gone there. So like there was that weird, you go to the one or the other. And so it didn't take much to meet and get very used to as friends. People that you might not have been friends with before. That makes sense? So yeah, it worked out really well. But the sad part about it, though, to some extent, was that some of that group interdated quite a lot. And by having the group being tight like that, it actually backfires every once in a while, because people will start getting annoyed with who you're friends with. If you date one person and then break up with them and start dating somebody else in that circle without whatever the group thought was a sufficient gap in between, you get cold-shouldered for a while. And so yeah, I did that, and unfortunately that was not kosher with some of them, and you know, people have their things. Oops, I want this. What was I doing? Weird. Take the gravel, this one, and let's just put those in. Gravel's getting annoying, so let's ditch this. We'll just put some gravel away. Oh, I know why I stopped. I was trying to figure out why I stopped, and it's because I don't want to lose my pick. Oh, no, not that pick. Let's see. 1, 2, this one. And I need to get out that box. Toolbox. There we go. Much better. Oops. Is that full? No, it's not full. Everybody's got their own thing, right? Different groups get along differently. So there's some friends that we've kind of lost touch with since, just because they were mad at us for the fact that the two of us got together. And I guess the guy I broke up with was like head over heels for me, but he was really bad at showing it. And I don't think I could have put up with him long term. Very bright individual, but so bright that it unfortunately, in my point of view, gave him a deficiency in social skills. That was just hard for me to manage. Not manage, but as in like to be comfortable with. But so he ended up marrying somebody else from the same friend circle. And part of the reason it worked out is, as she told me, that they're both very independent personalities. And by being independent personalities like that, they each kind of do their own thing. And so she's okay with the fact that he doesn't always want to do the same things as everybody else, I guess. Oops. I can stop before I get too much lava on my face, right? What show are we talking about? We are not talking about much of anything. Let's try a new geek out. I was kind of talking about you, Fantastic Sherlock Fox, but in a good way. Literary birds. Ah, Okay, so 2 birds in literature. Now, we're not talking about things like To Kill a Mockingbird. I don't think that's not one of what they meant. It might be what's actually there, but I don't think it's what they meant. Yeah. So another one I'm thinking of is the owl called Owl from the Winnie the Pooh stories. Winnie the Pooh and the 100-Acre Wood. I suppose, yeah, the dodo from Alice in Wonderland would probably be a good one. I don't know how prominent they were in the story. But, whoa, it's been a long time since I've read that. I was thinking about Through the Looking Glass just yesterday. Because one of my favorite sections that often comes up when people have problems with speech on stream is, I think, of the section from the second novel, Through the Looking Glass, where Alice is conversing with Humpty Dumpty, and he's basically asking who's the master of the words. He makes the words do what he wants them to do. The verbs can be temperamental, so sometimes in order to get them to do what you want them to do, you have to pay them extra. Ah, yeah, definitely The Raven in The Raven, with Edgar Allan Poe. Of course. That definitely quote The Raven nevermore. Seasonally out of place, and I know I've mentioned this before, but if you ever get time, one of my favorite fun versions of The Raven was a reading by William Shatner. Yay! Follower goal complete! Thank you very much for the follow. I do appreciate that, Fox Girl. And also to I Am Not Sunshine. I apologize for missing that earlier. But I should not have called people out. I do apologize if you would have preferred to lurk. Just wanted to say thank you very much because I appreciate beating the follower goal. Yes, I will push it up further, but not one of those by one sorts of things. I'm going to think of something reasonable for a goal. The big key is to have people that enjoy the content. Whether I end up with 5 followers, or 500 followers, or anywhere in between, it's people enjoying the content. At the moment, I'm just going on and on at length. I'm surprised when people want to stick around. Hey, as long as they do, great. If they don't, no problem. Because I'd still be playing the game, right? And the funny part about being a streamer is, technically, I'm introverted. And you would never, I shouldn't say you'd never know it. I'm quite the chatterbox. When you do like one of those Myers-Briggs type tests, they've got like the 4-letter combination for whatever you are, I solidly came up introvert. It's just that with the right people, I could develop a lower drain on my introversion, sort of like my people well. Oh, whoops, I guess I can still go further there. I can develop a lower drain on my people well when I'm comfortable with a group. Or when it's one-sided, it sometimes is challenging. But there are some people when I get it, meeting new people is hard for me. Meeting new people who have their own personalities can be a challenge. What I mean by that is there are some kinds of people that are just harder to get to know than others, whatever their reasons are. And in those cases, I just find that they draw on my extroversion well a lot faster than others. Hello. Achievement get. Yes. Good reason to celebrate with an ATP later. In case you guys are curious, yes, this is a family-friendly stream. I don't tend to drink a whole lot nor talk about it, but we found this lovely little line of non-alcoholic drinks that's available up here called Atypique, and like atypical, sort of the French ending of it, and they're really quite yummy. They've got 3 I've tried so far is a mojito style, a spiced rum and coke style, which is quite nice, and gin and I think it was gin and tonic style. And I'd say out of those three, my favorite would be probably the spiced rum and the gin and tonic style. Both those had a bit of a bite to them. I found the mojito was a little more tame than I would like in a de-alcoholized version. Because of course, when you've got the real deal for a mojito, you can actually have quote unquote real alcohol. And that's where some of the bite comes from. So when you de-alcoholize that, it takes that away. Okay, which direction am I going? North? No, I'm going south. Okay, so since that came from that corner, let's try a couple poke holes. Safe-ish? Okay, good. So if you guys have those in your area, definitely worth checking them out. Some people may say de-alcoholized is kind of silly. You know, just don't have a drink. I like the flavor of certain drinks, and there's really no non-alcoholic replacement for it as such without it being one of those sorts of drinks. So, you know, it's like give up on an entire flavor set or find other ways to do it. The other reason I like those sorts of things, and actually I'm reviewing a few of them, is because I don't drink very often, but sometimes in the heat of the summer it's nice just to be able to have a bit of a cool drink that isn't always a sweet tea or an iced tea or something like that. You know, fruit juices are great, but they often have a lot of sugar in them, even the natural ones. I guess these do too, but not nearly as much. Anyway, but Scouts Canada, unlike a lot of other organizations, Scouts Canada is a dry organization. And that means that if we go to a family group camp or something like that, like we do in the summer for training, then we can't have any alcohol on site at all. So I don't mind, the concept behind it is being able to stay focused on the kids and whatever. Like, it's not assuming that people are alcoholics or anything like that. But, so some of the scout groups around the world are not dry scout groups. Ours is. And it's disappointing. Yay! It's disappointing that it's a dry situation. Ooh. But on the other hand, now that I've got these, I think if we stock up on a few of these, we'll be fine. Well, it's actually interesting that you say that, because our group went... our group's scout troop went to Denmark on a jamboree. Just this past summer, I guess? Yeah, past summer. I wasn't with them at the time. My son hadn't moved up to that level yet. But one of the things that they did is they actually had groups from their local area who were who were in charge of taking shifts running the beer garden. Okay. It really does boggle my mind sometimes what some of the things are that different groups need to worry about. I mean, they still have to be worried about legal age, right? Like, they don't allow underage drinking. So there's definitely none of that going on. But there's times where, you know, when you've got all your kids in bed, and they've all started going to sleep, and you've got scouters that, you know, it's like... Or the afternoon where the kids are off doing their own thing, they don't need the scouters involved. Then... scout leaders. I keep forgetting not everybody calls them that. But when you don't have those leaders involved, sometimes it'd be nice just to meet a foreign leader and just sit and enjoy a beer or something. But that's just not allowed. And in Scouts Canada, if you ever get caught doing that, you can be in really big trouble. Really, really big trouble. An example of not people getting in trouble, but an investigation into the individual that ended up being dropped was scout leaders that got reported because they went to buy ice for a camp, and they picked it up at the liquor store. So they had gone in to the liquor store in their uniform. Even though they only came out with ice, the optics were such that they had gone and bought at a liquor store in uniform. Which, yeah. So we've been cautioned generally when we go for like a week-long event. There's not a whole ton of reasons to wear your uniform throughout the day, but quite a few of the leaders do because it helps keep them in the right mental headspace. But yeah, they get cautioned on the one day off, or if you need to run into town for some ice for your coolers for the week because everything else is melted and so on. Try to stick to getting them at the grocery store or the gas station and avoid the liquor store. And if you do have to go to the liquor store, make sure you are not sporting any logos because you can get in some hot water. It's possible. I mean, part of it, Fantastic Shock Fox and I have actually had similar conversations about alcohol in the past. And just simply that good things can come of it, bad things can come of it. Some people abuse it, some people don't. But also it's a bit like we're describing in our house with candy, is that if you don't make it sort of an unattainable by saying, no, you can never have any, then you don't get people that are as likely to binge drink. Or they'll binge drink once or twice or something like that. Usually those people will figure out how they felt and that they didn't enjoy that and so on. So, I mean, it's kind of like most people learn from their mistakes. But some countries, say for example France, may let youth considered underage in other countries have drinks. So, but they have lower, as I understand it, lower statistic on alcoholism. So and my connection with candy is just that our kids don't have much of a sweet tooth. Now there's the legit opportunity for it to be just not a sweet tooth. Like some kids just don't have a sweet tooth. But ours do like their sweets. They just don't have them very often. And I think that might be because run. There we go. I'm not used to being right by my head. All right. So we don't usually let them binge. However, we do let them have candy far more frequently than a lot of their friends. So part of it is because it was just so easy to get, they just don't have an appeal for it. Does that make any sense? So I did it again. Dummy. Okay, don't go that far back. Oops. So the result of that is also that we have, well, actually, I probably should actually clean up some of their bins with their permission or get them to do it. But we actually have we have like 2 years of candy that just sits in some of their bins from like Halloween or for Easter or something. 1, 2, whoa! So to get to the point where the chocolate actually starts as the internal sugars start to surface. How to do this? Oh, I see. Okay, I really messed that up. So there was the torch, and I went the wrong way. Should have gone this way. Duh. Okay, well, now I know. Yeah, so we have things where, like, your chocolate Easter bunny wouldn't be so good anymore because the sugar has surfaced off the inside of it. Okay, let's see. Can I go this way, maybe? Try a poke hole or two. Do not go through that wall. There we go. 1, 2, 3. I think we're starting to wind it down, so I'm going to go no more than another, say, 10 minutes or so. So to the half-hour point, I think that'll be a nice spot to pause. For me, it'll be about 2:30 at that point in the afternoon, which is a good time to go get food. And kids are officially done at school, so that means that if I stop, then by the time they get home with Fantastic Sherlock Fox, then I will be available to take over and hear about their day and hear about my son going to camp. Woohoo! Just one? Darn. Oh well. Go. So yeah, my son was at school camp this week, so I'm looking forward to hearing a lot of his stories. And I have to figure out what I'm supposed to be doing for this evening for Scouts. I don't think I have anything I need to worry about. As a Scout leader, I'm pretty sure it's the youth planning this one, but we've got a cooking competition coming up next week, and they're supposed to plan their meals this week. Whoa. No, not there. There. So, I want to make sure everything's ready for that sort of stuff. Make sure that people aren't too tired and don't need a snack and all that jazz. Doing the mom thing, which is rare. Alright. I am hoping, since we've got the kids don't have school tomorrow, and we have a relatively open weekend, that I'm hoping by next Tuesday, which is when I stream next, that I'll get some more work done on the Abbey so that there's actually something to show. That would be nice. I'm leaving junk behind again. And that way, we've got something to move on to. Because I really do need to start getting work on the bridge near the Abbey. In real life, the road is quite different than it would have been in the medieval time. So I have to give that a shake, I guess. Ah! Let's see. Good question. More than yesterday by far. Alright, so I've got 11. Because we've smelted all the other ones. Oh, no, 12. There's 3. I think. Actually, when I started, I only had 4. So then we can count those 3 debris up at the top as well. So we've got 15. That's nice. It's a nice bunch. I'm happy with that. Let's put this... What did I just do with those? This way? So 12 and 3 is 15. Yeah. Pleased with that. That works well. So, I mean, I'd love to have 16, just because then I've got one more done. Use this as a marker. There we go. It's not about more. It's about... Oops. Is that full? Yeah. It's about the even sets of 4, because that's what you need to actually make the scrap into something useful. Netherite. There is a gold farm, so that's part of why I haven't been stopping to pick up gold along the way. I just trundle right through. We've got a public gold farm on the server, which is a lot easier to deal with than always mining for it. Yeah, that is several pieces. So I've got my boots are done. That's from my helmet's done from yesterday. Next target is the boots, and I'm debating on whether I do the diamond chest plate or whether I do the blue pants I normally wear with my elytra. But with 12, I could do all 3, so that's fine. And then start looking at the tools down here. For some of the tools, though, once you get mending on them, it really doesn't necessarily matter if you get more speed and natural durability, but it doesn't necessarily matter as much. So I might put it on the sword, because then, little squishy chicken me would be able to survive a little bit longer when I hit things. Oh. There's a hole in the ceiling. Crafting mama, there's a hole in the ceiling. A hole. Sorry. It's just what came to mind. I was being silly. You can tell who's the campfire leader, can't you? Yep. Exactly. I think it's trying to tell me I reached the end of the line, right? Okay, let's go south. Oh, whoops. Torch signal. There we go, south. 1, 2, 3. And this way. I'm gonna be on fire. Did I actually make it? Wow. I was standing on this block. I honestly thought I was gonna be on fire. It's those weird rogue single block pockets that are just annoying. There we go. The weather has been changing, and here we've had some rapidly heating sun, as we've talked about. And unfortunately, for some reason, it's making my skin not necessarily dry, but I'm getting itchy, and it also feels like I've got little hair, like from my own hair, that I'm just like snuffing to get my nose or something, and it just makes me really crazy itchy sometimes. Thankfully, I've yet to commit the sin of sneezing on stream. I've done other things like that, but not... Whoa, not sneezing. Fine. Not there. 20. I guess we could go back and actually use the other ones. It's possible of that, too. I really should not have actually started singing, because now I've got that song stuck in my head, along with sort of some background visuals from the one time I saw it down on Sesame Street. And they had like a guy named Henry, clearly, and a gal named Liza. The gal was like a green Muppet, a green humanoid Muppet, and then Henry was like a round-headed blue humanoid Muppet with like this weird scruff of hair just around the back. The rest of him was bald. And he's singing about the hole in the bucket, and it went circular so fast. But I mean, Sesame Street's a weird one. I grew up on American Sesame Street, not for any reason other than, at the time, that's all there was. Then, later on, they had a Canadian segment that was clipped into the Sesame Street that was aired up here. And after that, they went to Canadian Sesame Street, which unfortunately very quickly became, now they call it Sesame Park. Yet, weirdly, it's still produced by the same company that does American Sesame Street. I don't know why. I think, like, my guess is maybe when it comes to the language segments. Maybe that's why. We had a bear that spoke only English. Yay! And then we also had an otter that... Like, we had a, polar bear that spoke only English, and then we had an otter that spoke both English and French. But, we also had some stars that you don't actually see anywhere else, I should say. For example, like, we had comedian Andrea Martin was on there quite a lot. Because I'm going to be leaving soon, I'll throw it in there. So we had Andrea Martin on in the Canadian one, and she was kind of fun because she'd be doing often her Edith Prickly character. We also had, we have Sesame Street was a lot of the same ones. So for a while, you'd even see like Bill Cosby would show up on the American one. Ooh, give me a sec.
2, 4, 6, 8, everybody hydrate!
Wow. Okay. Guess I should stay on top of that a little more often. Yeah, okay, that would be a big signal, because I know that the 0 is wrong. That would be a big signal that I haven't hydrated this stream. Yet, thank heavens for Yeti. I love my Yeti mug. My coffee is still warm. but this is actually verging on a 4-hour stream, which is interesting because I was supposed to start at 10 today, and didn't because my stomach was feeling a little bit off. So I started half hour late, and managed to make it all the way through. Okay, that... Let's go till we hit lava, but I don't know if we're actually going to hit lava. Now that I've got 16, so we're doing good, which means I can do all those pieces of armor that I needed to, plus the sword, and that's a great haul for the day. I would say 13 was a good payoff. It's a weird number, a lot of people don't like 13, so that's why there's all sorts of holes at 14 and 15, and I was doing 12 initially, but I think 13 seems to have paid off overall, because I've got face first into some of the blocks that I may not have seen, and there's been a few that have been up above, but yet there's also been a few that if I'd gone higher, I wouldn't have seen some of them because they were down at my feet. So maybe, just for my luck, I can pretend that Mojang was intentionally trolling us. Woo! By having things at 13. Hello? I dug holes. I really did. Okay, actually that's pool, so let's just close this one off here. And put a do not go sign. Okay, do I go north or south? Let's try south. South seems to work out. South seems to work out, she says. Okay. No, I'm not buying a lottery ticket. But I'll take it. Oh, yeah, that would not have been good. Guess we'll build these up just to put some stuff back. And there's the do not go sign. Nice! Mr. Rogers was your jam. Yeah, I watched. We had a sitter for whom she, something had happened in her life and she had an artificial leg from the knee down on one side. So she watched a lot of like soaps and stuff. So on days when it was rainy and we couldn't play outside for my brother and I, we would watch, you know, kids programs ad nauseum. And we played other things inside too. But there's times where she'd have to take a nap or whatever during the day because she was a grandma by that point. And in any case, so we watched a good amount of Mr. Rogers, watched a lot of that. There was Sesame Street. I'm trying to remember what else we watched a lot of at that age. I watched a bit of Shining Time Station, but for the most part, I'm too old for it. Like, for example, I remember when the conductor for the railway stories with, like, Thomas the Tank Engine and all that, when the conductor character was played by Ringo Starr of the Beatles. So, yeah. What else? I remember when Lily Tomlin showed up on Sesame Street, which was kind of fun because she used to do some of the, like, singing in Great Big Chair kind of thing. And then she quit doing that role and Dee Dee Conn took over, which was kind of cool. And then Dee Dee Conn ended up in Shining Time Station as well. In Canada, we also had a gentleman who was a character they called Mr. Dressup. And yeah, Canadian TV for kids was kind of weird. But we had Mr. Dressup, had a big trunk full of costumes, and he would do make-believe stories while he was wearing his various costumes. And he had a couple of puppet sidekicks who don't do crafts to make part of their costume for, or do crafts to make part of the costume he was going to use that day to show the kids that they could do crafts too. And so my mom swears up and down that that was why my house had like pipe cleaners all over the place at various times, because I would have been watching a Mr. Dressup project or two. We were never in short supply of pipe cleaners and construction paper. What else do we have? In Canada, we also had one called The Friendly Giant, and he would tell stories and talk to his sidekicks and sometimes show little videos of things people do. Kind of like Mr. Rogers with his films, but the Friendly Giant would talk about that and would read storybooks, so a little bit Reading Rainbow-esque as well, which we also saw Reading Rainbow. But yeah, so the Friendly Giant would use, like, tend to be giant, of course, but they'd use kid-sized toys and dollhouse furniture and stuff to represent the people, the real people, supposedly. So he's so big, you had to look way up. And yeah, they all have their little catchphrases and stuff that we still remember. But that was part of what we did. Although, I mean, when I got older, I got in trouble from that particular sitter plenty of times. I mean, kids do, right? But things like when we would be allowed to walk to school, or walk home from school, or whatever, this sitter turned into, understandably, before and after care. Well, by the time I was in grade 3, my bag was stealing the spare key to my parents' house across the street, sneaking out of their yard at an angle where this lady's bedroom window couldn't see us, and then going into my own house and going to get, like, whatever toys or something I'd wanted, or book or something that I hadn't brought with me in the morning that day. Sometimes I just go over to my parents' house and get snacks, just because I knew what they had in the cupboard. Aye! Okay, that would have been a bad choice. Let's take this one out. Yeah, that would have been a really bad choice. 2, 3. There we go. 1, 2, 3. This way. Don't go there. Alright. So we're almost at the half-hour point, depending on how you slice it. Out of all this crazy mess, I'm looking forward to talking to my kids because, I like spending time with them, but that's one of the nice perks. I mean, yes, I know I'm rubbing it in. It's not meant to come across that way, but I have 2 very bright kids, and the reason I like that is because at a younger age, they're more interesting to converse with, and sometimes I get them to translate the stuff that they or their friends are into, just because they're able to explain it in a way that I understand a bit better. It doesn't mean I understand all the fads that kids are into, but sometimes it's neat. So you get kids that'll be like, my daughter's into, well, she was into LOL dolls for a while, and I thought that was absolutely ridiculous, but I didn't have to say no. It was just, so what do you like about that? And she's actually able to articulate it. It's not something like, they're cute. She actually says, well, all my friends have them, and we play this and that, and we do, and so I like having conversations with my kids. So I'm looking forward to catching up with them. All right. Let's not get ourselves burnt. Oops. Okay. As soon as I can catch... Oh, I was going to say as soon as I can catch the upper path, but I think I just did. All right. So, let's go to the lava because we're almost there. Like stupid close, and then we'll find somebody to raid. So if anyone wants to direct the raid, I'm going to open that up and let you guys do so. I guess I'm missing the lava. Yeah, I'm going to open that up and let people actually direct the raid. So... if you have anybody you want to recommend, feel free to do so. We're just about out of time anyway. Yeah, growing up is hard stuff. I think you and I mentioned that your kids are not that far in age difference from mine. to be honest, it's kind of sad given the environment that we're in these days that my oldest, he just turned 12, and one of the things he was most happy about was that he could now take adult medication. Because half the time just keeping things in stock for the youth medication dosages has been a challenge, and so being able to use the adult dosage was quite helpful. To this one, and out, and out, and out, and out. I'm gonna end up with an all gravel box, aren't I? Those two there. All right. Before I get myself distracted any further, squirrel. Let's pop out. So I'm going to end up finishing. Oh, good grief! I'm going to end up finishing here. Oh, that's why. So behind myself. So I'm looking through my purple head. This is sane. Let's do it the other way. I know I can get out of my own head this way. Whoa! Whoops! No, no cheating. All right. So this is where we're going to leave it for the day. I think it's time that we should find someone to raid, and I will probably just poke around a little more and see what I can get, but I'll save the actual upgrading of armor till another day, and hopefully we'll get ourselves back to some building, because I'm looking forward to doing some once we actually get anything done. Get back to Ideas Land. There we go. Oops. Let's not do that. Alright, so chat screen is up, and let's see who we've got live. Fresh. Thank you for hanging out, Tiz, and thank you very much for your conversation, Crafted Mama. It really helped a lot. Thank you very much to all of my new followers, and I'll just get the stream started and then catch who all those people were. Sorry, the raid started. There we go. Who have we got? Ooh. You know what? I think we're going to head over to Truly Bedrock, the Truly Bedrock server, and we are going to drop in on Genfire. I don't think I've ever had the chance to raid her, so since we can bring more than 2 or 3 for a change, that might be a nice place to go. So we're going to head out to Genfire. I'll get that one started. And there we go. Button, who's got the button?
Managed.
Alrighty. So once again, special thanks to Caring with Colors for the raid, Leroy Tankins for the follow, Huggles for the follow, Just Cause I Said So for the follow, Fantastic Sherlock Fox and Olivia Benson for the gifts, for the gift subs, and the Ricky Roy for the raid. Thank you ever so much. And thank you again to Lord Jar Jar for the follow, I Am Not Sunshine for the follow, and Fox Girl for the follow. That brought us all over the top of our follower goal, and we are now sitting at 88,730 of our 100 on the LEGO Community Challenge, so we're doing well there. And thank you to all of our additional viewers that had come through. If your name did not get shouted out, I do apologize. I very much appreciate everyone that came through. We'll let the credits just cycle. I have to shorten that up a little bit. But let's see who we can get. It's like, there we go. So thanks to Fantastic Sherlock Fox and Benson for being our editors, and, sorry, not editors, pardon me, moderators today. And then our viewers today included, where are we here? I can find it there. So again, viewers today included FSF, Crafted Mama, Neon, Benson, Tis for Truth, as well as Bob, and Right Cross, and Jen 1044. Oops.